Good morning. How's everybody doing this morning? Good? Did you enjoy the green chili? Just want to let you know the restrooms, if you go out that door right there, just around the corner, you'll find the restrooms. Now I want to welcome you all back for day 2. Thank you so much for sticking with us. We have an incredible day lined up once again. This morning we're going to have NICE leadership come up and talk thoughtfully about the way ahead. So I'm excited to have Danielle and Karen join us here in just a few moments. Beyond that, we have some exceptional panels throughout the day. So we'll have some morning sessions with NICE leadership. We're going to talk emerging tech and workforce development, particularly as it frames around the new AI surge and sort of how that may be shaping the dynamics around the workforce development in our spaces. We're going to have 2 more powerful showcases. Did anybody tear up at the showcase yet? Was that just me? It was just me? I see some heads kind of shaking sideways. Yeah. These are really powerful stories, but they're real stories, and they're stories in which you as educators, you as employers have profound impact on individuals that are in that transitory space from universities or workforce programs into the workforce. We're going to come back from lunch. We're going to have an empowering K-12 plenary session. And then at the end of the day, we're going to talk hiring tech. And I think that's a really important panel because one of the things we've seen from surveys is that consistently hiring managers, or at least human resource departments, struggle with understanding the capabilities around hiring technical talent. In fact, one of the surveys that came out of the Cyberspace Solarium Commission that Mark Montgomery led a few years ago was pulsing human resource departments across the country and found that one of the biggest issues was not quite understanding the technical requirements that go into hiring that talent. And so how do we better empower HR? And then we're going to have a closing session by Rob Potter. Rob is CEO of Sin Ventures. He has been a thought leader in the cyberspace going back to the 80s when it wasn't as cool. And so he's been in the trenches for a very long time, and he's got some real insights to share in terms of where he thinks the space is going. He was part of the founding creators of RSA and some other really powerful organizations in our spaces. So I'm excited to have that closing keynote, so be sure to join us back for that. And so without further ado, I have the opportunity to introduce Danielle Santos, who's the Deputy Director of NICE, and Ms. Karen Wetzel, who's been the lead for the NICE framework. And so they're going to come up and talk about the way ahead.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. Well, good morning, everyone. I don't know about you, but I had a fantastic first day at the NICE conference yesterday, and we're so excited to be here with you, kicking off day 2 of the conference. As Brian mentioned, my name is Danielle Santos. I'm the Deputy Director of NICE.
And I'm Karen Wetzel, lead for the NICE framework. But first of all, I got to say, Danielle, how great it is to be here with you today in your new role, as well as to be able to work with you as we chart a course onward and upward as we look at the new strategic plan for NICE.
Having a little slide difficulty.
As soon as we get our slides up.
This is the slide clicker, right? Sorry.
Yeah. See, that's us.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Well, you saw us. You've met us by now. But as Karen mentioned, I'm glad to be back. I'm glad to be working with you, Karen, on looking ahead and what that's going to look like. But as we reflect back on the last 5 years, Rodney gave an overview of our current NICE strategic plan yesterday, and I won't dive into each goal again this morning, but I did want to highlight just a few examples of how we have accomplished some of these goals over the last 5 years. We have accomplished so much as a community together, and we don't have time this morning to highlight each and everything that we have accomplished, but I do just want to share some examples. So under the first goal, career discovery, in 2023, we actually launched the Cybersecurity Career Ambassador Program. That program now has over 350 ambassadors across the globe who are championing a skilled and knowledgeable cybersecurity workforce. Under Goal 2, learning process, we, through our working groups actually, researched, developed, and published a paper on the landscape of performance-based assessments, really looking at what are those demonstrable skills and how can we use those as we're assessing talent.
With Goal 3, we then published a guide to writing effective job descriptions for hiring managers and for human resource professionals that outline specific actions and activities they can do. As well as in Goal 4, NICE Framework, my favorite goal, of course, we accomplished just so much in the past 5 years. We first published in 2020 a revision to NIST Special Publication 800-181 that outlined a new structure for our framework to be more agile, responsive. And then we also wanted to complete a review and a full review of an update of over 2,000 task, knowledge, and skill statements, as well as updated work role names, descriptions, and categories. We introduced 11 new competency areas to extend the capabilities of the framework and focus in on learners and their knowledge and skills, as well as introducing new and updated work roles, including expanding into operational technology, or OT. All this work has given us a foundation for continued growth and development of the NICE framework. And we do this in consultation with community members like yourselves, stakeholders, our subject matter experts, and through our public comment periods. And in fact, we just released new content for public comment this week, so please go ahead and take a look at the NICE Framework Resource Center to get more information on the items we just put out, including an update to our cybercrime investigation work role and our new AI competency area. This is looking at a fundamental look at AI security, and it is just our first step in updating and addressing AI and how it's had an impact on our work in cybersecurity and how we're going to change the NICE framework to accommodate that.
Well, I can't wait to see what kinds of comments we get back from that comment period. The last goal here on research is really interwoven across several projects, programs, and efforts under all of our goals here. But I wanted to use the RAMPS program to briefly highlight how we're doing research and data collection. If you're here representing a RAMPS community, could you just raise your hand quickly? Wonderful, I see scattered throughout the audience. If you haven't heard about RAMPS over the past day and a half here, where have you been? but no, all jokes aside, RAMPS is the regional alliances and multi-stakeholder partnerships who are working to stimulate education and workforce development in their local economies. Over the past 2 years, we've actually expanded this program. We have 33 RAMPS communities across the U.S. today, and we're hoping to expand this program. But in each of these 33 communities, they're researching and collecting data on what their local workforce looks like. They're looking at where are our needs, what kind of talent do we need to develop here in the local area to meet the needs of our local businesses. We really see this program as kind of being the force multiplier of what NICE does, bringing it into those local and regional areas, being that force multiplier. We do hope to continue to expand the program, so I think it may have been mentioned previously, but we do have a current funding opportunity. We're hoping to add an additional 16 communities to this group this year. And so if you're interested in what that looks like, reach out to those that you saw raise their hand a moment ago, connect with the NICE staff here at the conference, but also utilize some of the resources we have online. We did a recorded applicants webinar a while ago, and that's a wealth of information. But most importantly, don't miss that July 1st deadline for applications. That's coming up right around the corner, and we hope to be able to consider your application in this new round. So, as we've recapped the last 5 years in our current strategic plan, we are again looking forward to what the next 3 to 5 years look like. And we're really using this to kick off our process to build a new strategic plan that will help us guide federal programs and activities and help us continue to look at how we're going to energize, promote, and coordinate this robust community.
The plan is really a chance for us to build on what we've already achieved, as well as to continue to scale some of our signature efforts. So that includes some of what you've already heard us talk about today, but it also is going to be efforts like our Cybersecurity Career Week, which takes place each October, our K-12 education efforts and conference, events like this one, as well as our monthly webinar series, which serve to highlight successful career and workforce cybersecurity efforts, as well as to look at issues that are maybe emerging, opportunities that may be available, and challenges that we need to address. It's also work that we do to support, convene, and coordinate community engagement and leadership. And of course, it's to continue to develop and extend the use of the NICE framework.
It's also an opportunity for us to identify new goals. So those 5 goals you saw on the last slide, we're going to be taking a look at those and seeing how we can continue to bring focus to the efforts that we're doing and extend those best practices into communities like small businesses, to state, local, tribal, and territorial governments. Karen mentioned the NICE framework. It's an opportunity for us to look at how we're going to continue to develop the NICE framework and promote its use in things like skills-based hiring and learning and career pathways and the data collection piece as well. And then last but certainly not least, it's an opportunity for us to increase our capacity for how we're going to protect systems, data, and people.
And the work is really planning the future of the NICE program. The strategic plan is a roadmap to help us chart our course to the summit. And it's a journey that we really can't make without you. So as we begin our trek, we want to hear from you about what you want to see in the plan and listen to your goals and how we can help achieve those. So please don't hesitate to contact us directly to speak with us, whether it's here while you're at the conference or after the conference is over.
That's right, we certainly can't do this in a silo, and we'll be looking forward to hearing your feedback along the way. As we do get closer to developing our next strategic plan and what that looks like, we'll be utilizing our existing communities, such as the NICE Community Coordinating Council, to get feedback and use it as a launching pad for implementation of the new plan as well. So if you're not familiar with the NICE Community Coordinating Council, our next 2 speakers will tell you all about it. So I won't dive into too much details, but keep your ears open. So for now, we'll just leave you with a parting quote to really emphasize how all of you are helping to play a role in promoting, coordinating the next or robust cybersecurity workforce. Alone we can do so little, together we can do so much.
So please don't forget to stop by and visit us at the NICE booth on the expo floor. The remainder of this conference, stay connected with us and hear the latest from NICE. So thank you and enjoy the rest of your conference.
Danielle, Karen, thank you so much. Danielle, Karen, hold on one moment. One more round of applause for their incredible leadership. They got shy and dipped around the corner there, but Danielle and Karen have been incredibly instrumental in ensuring the work that we're doing at NICE and under, of course, the leadership of Rodney, so we're grateful for that. And so now it's my pleasure to welcome 2 distinguished leaders from the NICE Community Coordinating Council, Dr. Zarina Blankenbaker and Michael Alcia. Please join me on the stage. We're going to share a few words about the broader NICE community.
Okay, so before we begin, Brian, you said you were a fill-in, but you're doing a fantastic job. So I think I should invite everybody to give you a round of applause. So, which means, by popular vote, you're going to be the MC again next year. How's that? Well, thank you for filling in and doing a great job. Good morning, colleagues and partners. And speaking of partners, I think we do have some international partners who are joining us like they did last year. If you are an international partner, would you please stand? Very good, very good. Well, welcome. I am Dr. Zarina Blankenbaker, president of Tarrant County College, which is located in Fort Worth, Texas, the better half of Dallas, Fort Worth. On behalf of the NICE Community Coordinating Council co-chairs, Rodney Peterson, from whom you heard yesterday, he gave wonderful remarks about NICE, and Michael Alicia, my partner in crime. It's a pleasure to welcome you to day 2 of the 2025 NICE Conference and Expo. It's fitting that we gather here in Denver. Last year we were in Dallas. Denver is a city known for elevation, and for energy. So I know it's day 2, but I think we can exude a little bit more energy than we are today. Breakfast was wonderful, wasn't it? Yes, a round of applause for breakfast. Thank you. Our theme this year, Climbing Higher, educating and sustaining a resilient cybersecurity workforce, reflects not only our shared purpose, but the forward-leaning spirit, you will agree, required to meet it. And what is that spirit? It's a spirit with foresight, intention, and with unity. Futurist Alvin Toffler once said, "The illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn." This is really more than a quote. It's a call for action. Cybersecurity demands more than knowledge, but adaptability. And that's something I know all of us heard repeated several times yesterday. It requires resilience, the ability to evolve as rapidly as the threats we face, and many times it's threats we don't know yet about. But the need has never been more urgent. The U.S., we heard yesterday, currently faces a shortfall of more than 500,000 cybersecurity professionals. This gap isn't a projection, it's a reality. And it's a reality that affects national security, economic stability, and public trust. This is where our work begins. As a community college leader, I've seen the power of education that doesn't just inform, but transforms. Programs aligned to workforce needs, credentials that unlock opportunity, pathways that welcome learners from every background. At Tarrant County College, we've seen our cybersecurity enrollment triple in just a few years. And if you are an educational institution, you will know that this is not just a local success for Fort Worth. It reflects a national movement. Colleges, companies, and communities are all rising to meet this moment, and none of this can be done alone. The NICE Community Coordinating Council plays a vital role in this effort. Together, we represent the kind of collaboration this moment calls for. As author Margaret Heffernan observes, that was his iPad, for good ideas and true innovation, you need human interaction, conflict, argument, debate. That's the power of this gathering, a space to think deeply, listen openly, and act boldly. From yesterday to across the sessions ahead, you'll see the NICE community in motion, and we'll tell you a little bit about that. You'll learn that we're not just sharing best practices, we're creating them. And in the words of cybersecurity expert Bruce Schneider, security is not just a product, but a process that demands vision, coordination, and the courage to innovate, while staying grounded in our collective purpose. Thank you for bringing your time, your expertise, and leadership to this work. Together, we are not just preparing for the future, we are shaping it. Before Michael and I share with you a little bit about our NICE Community Coordinating Council, I'm going to invite him to say some welcoming remarks. Michael?
Great, thank you. Thank you, Zarina. So, look, I'm really excited to be here today. I think I have one disappointment. I have to share it, although Zarina is my partner in crime. I wanted to do this in interpretive dance, and she just did not go for it. It could be the New Yorker in me, but I really wanted to do that. So next time, perhaps, Zarina, we can try the dance.
If you bring some rhythm with you.
Yeah. Ouch. Look, one of the biggest things that we can do in the future of cybersecurity is to make talent management something that we all share in. It's not just about HR doing their part, although I do recognize the comments that were said earlier. It's about the combination of the folks within an organization, like mine, Trellix, that HR works with their partners, their hiring managers, to understand what is necessary to go out and accomplish our mission. It's about then that industry working with academia to make sure that there's a feedback loop about the changing landscape of what's happening in cybersecurity. And then that connection with the public sector, the government. It's critical to have that flywheel. The NICE community is where it happens. One of the amazing things that I've noticed is that over the last several days, I saw people getting together that normally would not interact to talk about the things that we're mutually facing. I've said this before, this is an existential threat to us. And if we don't do this, we're going to regret it. And in fact, this morning, we had a great conversation from someone from Gwinnett College talking about his students, and the passion in which you talked about it was actually inspiring to me. And you may not have seen that from me because I was deflated from not being able to do the dance. But yeah, the idea here is that that sharing of information, this is where it happens. Working with HR leaders is key to making sure that we're just not filling seats, but developing that talent that will carry us into the future. And with that, I'm going to pass it off to Zarina to talk a little bit about the overview of the NICE committee.
Very good. I'm turning the pages and he's clicking in case you haven't figured it
Right,
out.
but I just turned that page and I'm also clicking.
Okay.
I can't get the dance, but I do both the jobs.
Well, I just realized we only have 10 minutes. Otherwise, they're going to uninvite us.
Well,
next
we've got 1 minute
Okay.
and 31.
All right, hurry up. Okay, so next slide, please. So, one back? Yes, perfect. Okay, so as you can see, the NICE Community Coordinating Council was created to be more than a forum. It is actually a framework for action. And I will have to tell you that our strength lies in the collaborative power of this community, and I've learned that as I begin my second year. Rodney tells me that I was an apprenticeship my first year, and I've very quickly learned that it's our shared vision that cybersecurity must be cultivated intentionally and across every stage of learning and career. And earlier you heard both Karen and Daniela talk about the NICE strategic plan, and this is one of the main focus of the NICE Community Coordinating Council.
So let's talk about the structure of the NICE Community Coordinating Council for a second. It's made up of 3 working groups and 4 communities of interest. These subgroups meet independently, diving into specific areas of focus, and then they report back out to the larger group. It's a great way to make sure that we're staying on track, that we're sharing our progress, and that we're ensuring that everyone's aligned in shaping the future of our cybersecurity workforce. In the first 6 months of 2025, the Council, through its working groups, really hit the ground running. We stood up several project teams that are already making solid progress towards the objectives under our first 3 goals. For example, back in January, the Modernized Talent Management Working Group published a white paper titled Issues Contributing to Talent Retention: Why People Leave and Why People Stay. This white paper kicked off our work on Objective 3.1, which focuses on enhancing the ability of our organizations and sectors to recruit, hire, develop, and retain the talent we need to manage cybersecurity risks effectively. But that's just the beginning. We also have some current active projects that are making a real impact. One project is focused on identifying, tracking, and measuring effective cybersecurity career discovery programs. This aligns with goal number 1, which is all about promoting the discovery of cybersecurity careers and multiple pathways. Look, at the end of the day, organizations like mine use these things as guideposts to be able to enhance what we do in industry. Another exciting initiative is unlocking untapped cybersecurity potential through faith-based organizations and alternative education pathway ecosystems. There are many ways to get there, right? Our mission is to try to help. This project supports Goal 1.4, which is helping to provide key career resources to those who influence career choices, like teachers, school counselors, mentors, and even parents. Looking ahead to the second half of 2025, we're preparing to wrap up these project teams and start collaborating with the NICE Program Office to develop the 2026-2030 NICE Strategic Plan. The work we're doing today will lay the foundation for the future of cybersecurity talent development.
So the work of the NICE community doesn't stop at conversation. We do meet virtually, now quarterly. It moves really forward through actionable ongoing projects led by our communities of interest. And you see 2 examples of those projects. The Apprenticeships in Cybersecurity Community of Interest has developed a powerful resource, and that resource is the Cybersecurity Apprenticeship Program Finder. This tool helps individuals from across the country locate real hands-on apprenticeship opportunities. And this is to connect talent with training and training with employment. Another example that you see up there is the Cybersecurity Career Ambassador Program, and it's overseen by our Ambassadors Community of Interest. So what does this program entail? It brings together a national network of employers, educators, industry representatives, nonprofit organizations, and community-based leaders. And they're all united in one shared goal, which is to champion the growth of a skilled cybersecurity workforce. And what we do want to say to you is that these projects are open, they're inclusive, and they're designed to benefit from your voice. So whether you're representing education, government, or industry, we want to encourage you to join, participate, and help drive these initiatives forward. So at this point, let's do a quick pulse check. How many of you are aware of the NICE Community Coordinating Council and are engaged? Okay. Well, we see very few hands that I can count on one hand, right? And so, which means that is why Rodney's and my presentation today is very important. I just called you Rodney. He's Michael.
It's a compliment, really, to be fair. On the first day of the NICE conference, 2 of our communities of interest had the chance to meet and get some great discussions going. But don't worry if you missed them. There's still plenty of opportunity to engage and learn more about the NICE Community Coordinating Council today. It's a mouthful sometimes. You can join the Cybersecurity Career Ambassadors Community of Interest meeting from 1:45 to 2:30 p.m. at Evergreen A. And then right after that, from 2:35 to 3:20 p.m., you can join the K-12 Cybersecurity Education Community of Interest meeting, also at Evergreen A. They don't make it easy. Rodney, you don't make it easy. Let's call it something else. These are great opportunities to connect with others and get more involved in the work we're doing. I hope to see you there. And by the way, I counted 6. So unless you have 6 fingers on your hand,
You're on again.
there you go. Over the past year, the work being done by our working group and communities of interest has been driven by some amazing volunteers within the NICE community. They've put in a lot of time and effort to produce valuable resources like one-pagers and other key materials. Their leadership has been absolutely critical to our success, and honestly, the NICE community wouldn't be where it is today without them. And I've said this before, you know, a lot of what we do, a lot of what all of you do, is a labor of love. You know, you don't get extra pay for doing this, right? You don't get some award. You do it because you believe in it, right? It is something important for all of us to think about as we move forward and as we see these folks on the screen. If you want to learn more about our incredible co-chairs and the work they're leading, head over to nist.gov/NICE. You'll find detailed info about each co-chair on their respective working group and community of interest web pages, and you can reach out to them. They will pick up your call. A few of our co-chairs are here today, so don't hesitate to reach out through the Whova app if you want to connect with them.
He's feeling bad for telling me that I cannot count. That's why he turned the page.
I felt bad.
Okay. So if you're unable to join any of today's breakout sessions, or if you're tuning in virtually, we both want to encourage you to visit the site that Michael alluded to, and which is listed again under the icons. There you'll find a lot of information about our NICE Community Coordinating Council, our working groups, and our communities of interest, along with details on how to sign up for updates and participate in the upcoming meetings. So as we transition to our next speaker, we want to emphasize something deeply important to us, that industry engagement is not optional. It is essential. The cybersecurity workforce must be shaped in partnership with the very industries that rely on it, especially those that support our nation, and might I add, our space's critical infrastructure, right? So how many of you are from education? From education, very good, a good show of hands, right? And to those who are in education, let me leave you with this call to action. So as you return to your home institutions, I want to encourage you to review your curriculum, to intentionally reach out to your business and industry. I know we all have program advisory committees, we do, but it's time for us to revisit who they are and if they are our top 3 employers that our graduates seek employment with, right? And this is very important because we need to understand what our employers need, and we need to align our programs accordingly. I'll end by saying this to you. When we match talent to opportunity, we don't just fill jobs, we strengthen our future. So thank you very much. We appreciate your presence here today in listening to Michael and me. Next year we will be dancing.
Thank you.
Zarina, Michael, thank you so much. We did have a change to the agenda. Barbara just confirmed that we are going to have an interpretive dance session. Rhythm is not required. I just want to let you know that. And one of the things, if you were here for the last session, I mentioned that Dr. Donovan Johnson was a suit model. He modeled suits and skinny jeans. He's also a professional dancer, and so he's going to join you, Michael, on stage somewhere around the break, if that's so. He's confirmed. I see him shaking his head. He's confirmed. No, thanks so much for your leadership in keeping those coordinating councils meaningful, consequential, and moving forward, and so we appreciate that. So I'm excited now to move to our next session, and of course we're going to have Mr. Spires come up and walk through an incredible session focused on where the landscape is going. Mr. Spires, turn it over to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name's Todd Spires. I am a program director for cybersecurity and digital resilience programs at CRDF Global. I am also the co-chair of Working Group D at the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise that is focused on cybersecurity skills and culture. So the skills that our workforce needs in order to close the 3.5 million vacancies that we saw yesterday is near and dear to my heart. Before I get started with the panelists, I want to ask a question. How many of your organizations currently have, by show of hands, an opening for a cybersecurity position? Okay, a few out there. How many of those require a degree? Okay, now, if it requires a degree, does it require a degree because it's a customer requirement or just because it's always been that way? So, something to think about. We're going to touch on that during the panel. As we heard yesterday, those cybersecurity vacancies can take up to 21% longer to fill, and in part because of the perceived gap between the requirements in the job rec and the skills that are coming through the door. And so what we hope to explore are solutions for aligning those hiring practices with real workforce needs, strengthening HR capabilities, and hopefully collaboration with the technical teams, and ensuring long-term talent retention, which is a problem in both the public and private sector. So, we're going to get started. We don't have, so I'm going to ask each of the panelists to introduce yourselves, and then I will start with questions. Godfrey?
Hi, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to be here, to the NICE team and the team from the FIU. I am Lieutenant Colonel Retired Godfrey Sterling, the Director of the Cyber Incident Response Team Division in the Office of the Prime Minister in Jamaica.
Hello everyone, good morning. My name is Kiki Huckabee. I am a Colorado native. I will say if you're visiting, this is very unlike the weather today, so I apologize for that. But I am a Corporate Social Responsibility Manager with IBM.
Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be here with you. So many insights already shared in day one. I'm Dr. Iman El-Sheikh. I'm Associate Vice President for the University of West Florida Center for Cybersecurity, and also serve as the Chief Strategic Alliance Officer for the Global Council for Responsible AI. Pleasure to be here.
Thank you. So we've got a great mix of industry, of practitioner, and academia. So let's start with identifying and bridging the skills gap. Godfrey, as the practitioner on the panel, what are the most critical skills you're looking for that you're not seeing as you're trying to fill operational positions in a production environment at JASCERT?
Thank you for the question, Todd. The most critical skill that is really missing, especially when I look for the more senior positions in my organization, are the soft skills, the ability to translate technical risk into business impact. Now, if technical development is really meant to spur business growth and sustain that, if you're unable to convince the C-suite of what the impact to the business is, there's a challenge. Additionally, most of the vulnerabilities that we have to treat with in cybersecurity come from poorly developed software. And DevSecOps, from the development side, especially where we integrate with our software developers, is significantly missing. And so while we think about how to get the apps out there, and the pandemic would have taught us quite a bit in sort of getting things online very quickly, but security sort of lagged behind, and that created a significant challenge. In the SOC, it's threat hunting and incident response. It's the ability to understand what the kill chain looks like, to understand the frameworks that you're working with, such as the MITRE framework, and the ability to look at what you're seeing in the landscape and translate that into risk and hunt for the vulnerabilities. And finally, most of the entities out there are moving to the cloud. But when you look at the cloud platforms, the skills you're getting from your SOC analysts, that you're getting from your incident responders, does not really suggest that they understand the architecture or the threats to some cloud platforms. And so these are some of the gaps that I see when I look at recruiting.
Yeah, and it's interesting, we talk about emerging technologies, and particularly in an advanced ecosystem like ours, we've been talking about cloud for 10 or 15 years. Well, when we're working internationally, particularly in Eastern Europe and developing less mature cybersecurity ecosystems, they're not even looking at cloud. They want on-prem solutions because they either A, don't trust it, they've got B, data sovereignty issues, or C, they simply don't understand the architecture and how to incorporate that or have the funding to incorporate that in. So emerging tech means a lot of different things depending on the context that you're operating in. Iman, Godfrey talked about some of the soft skills at the mid and senior level, but when we're looking to fill entry-level positions, what is the balance of hands-on boot camps or alternative education paths can play in a candidate evaluation as you're looking through a stack of resumes of people that look generally equally qualified?
I think they should play a huge role because they really provide kind of more authentic measures of learning and of foundational skills. So I was thrilled to hear Godfrey talk about the importance of foundational skills. And so when you think about it, opportunities to learn or to evaluate learners through simulations, boot camps, hands-on learning exercises, cyber drills, capture the flag competitions. Those test not only their technical skills, but also test their foundational skills such as communication, because a lot of times they have to, for example, write a report or do an after analysis as part of that. They test teamwork, they test problem solving, they test critical thinking and analysis. And those are skills, like you mentioned, that are really essential for success. And those can be measured through those competitions and simulation environments a lot better than through kind of traditional learning measures. And what we're finding, for example, is a lot of our employers and partners now want to actually come attend our competitions instead of career fairs. We're so used to inviting partners to career fairs, and they want to know what are the major competitions where students are competing, learning while they're having fun, and they want to see them in action. And sometimes they even do interviews and offer jobs on the spot.
That's outstanding. And that brings to mind the idea of when we're designing CTFs, and I did notice as I was walking past the Evergreen rooms, there is at least one breakout session on redesigning capture the flag competitions for the future workforce. So I would encourage you to check that out if you haven't already picked out a session for the next breakouts. But also designing CTFs with input from the hiring organizations to say, what are the skills that you want to be able to see, and make it a joint endeavor so that they can use it as a test bed to say, okay, we can see these guys doing things we need and we want to hire into. That's an interesting opportunity for partnership. Kiki, one of the things we heard in one of the panels yesterday was an educator at a community college said that 4 of his students placed in the top 100 in a national competition. None of them would be able to get through the algorithm at most major organizations because they don't have a 4-year degree. So how can companies avoid filtering out strong candidates due to overly rigid certification or degree requirements?
Yeah, I think this is such a good question. I think having a nice balance between those hard skills and soft skills, I think, both of the panelists have talked about this so far, but when you're posting for jobs, what are you really looking for, right? Those technical skills you can largely teach with on-the-job training. How are you also balancing that with the soft skills? So how are you measuring of a potential employer if they are agile or adaptable or a good problem solver, right? Those are a little bit harder, but making sure that job descriptions have those embedded in them. And then also through the interview process, really honing in on those pieces, because that's really what's going to be important for a potential employee to really be successful is, can they adapt, right? We know the workforce is evolving rapidly, and so how do we make sure that individuals can adapt as things change, right? You don't want to hire an individual who's so rigid in their specific skill set, and then things change in your industry and they're not able to evolve and adapt. I think also thinking about how are you balancing kind of the preferred versus the required pieces in a job description, right? IBM just recently, we have really honed in on being a skills-first organization, and so we've actually eliminated 50% from 50% of our job postings of requirement for a 4-year degree. That doesn't mean that it isn't a preferred piece, right? We sometimes still have that in a job description, that it's a preferred piece, but we've actually eliminated the requirement. And I think that that's huge because we're really looking at individuals who maybe have different experiences, different backgrounds to really fill some of our positions today.
That's fantastic. And look, completely understand, particularly after 30 years in government contracting, if you are providing consultancy services and you're working on a GSA vehicle, you very likely do have some sort of degree requirement. So we're not saying every position doesn't require a degree, but I think that really taking a hard look at required versus preferred, particularly for internal positions, I think it bears consideration. Am I right?
Yeah, I was going to add, I think that's great to hear the skills first and hiring and the balance between skills. And I think it's great that we're at the NICE conference where we live in by the NICE framework. So if you look at it, the NICE framework has been existed, thank you, Rodney, and the NICE organization, and evolved in so many different ways. And they define through their 52 and growing work roles the knowledge, skills, and competencies needed for each work role. So if we could help kind of organizations and hiring officials focus, like you're saying, on what are the skills that are needed for the job, what is the knowledge, what are the competencies, rather than all this kind of stuff that would help, unfortunately eliminate candidates. I think that would be great. And thank you to NICE for making that possible.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to hiring practices. Godfrey, can you describe how you and your technical teams collaborate with your HR and your talent management teams to try to identify the strongest candidates?
Thanks for the question, Todd. The challenge really for us is not so much the strongest candidate, but recognizing where we are in the global marketplace and the fact that the persons we're trying to attract in a low resource environment are being courted by the Googles and the Metas. So what we have to do is to look at how best we can sustain a talent pipeline into our organization to move the rotation rate from a 6-month period to, say, 2.5 years, 3 years. And so what we've been forced to do is to go into the universities and the high schools to look at their final year students and to do talent spotting. Those persons are then brought into the CERT as interns for a year, and we see how they operate. If they meet the cut, then they're offered a 3-year contract as a Tier 1 SOC analyst. And we invest in them in a way that allows them to recognize that while there may be higher paying jobs elsewhere, you've got the ability to be part of a national effort that allows you to have upward mobility within the CERT, but also to impact the creation of capability and building capacity within a nation state that has far-reaching impact compared to just building a career in a multinational corporation.
And that is something that we have seen internationally is appealing to the sense of mission. It is a unique mission when you're dealing with a national level CERT, and it offers a unique perspective that commercial opportunities often can't, as well as doing something for your country. It's a different way to serve your country, and oftentimes that is what keeps people in jobs that, as you said, in a low resource environment, it's long hours, it's weekends, it's your sacrifice. It's a different kind of sacrifice than wearing a uniform, but it's one that's just as important. Kiki, what are some things you talked about eliminating? Half of your positions have eliminated a degree requirement. But as there's a lot of discussion around unconscious bias, conscious bias in hiring process, and particularly when we talk about trying to expand the top of the funnel and we heard it yesterday in one of the breakout sessions, and looking at non-traditional candidates that are coming out of the university pipeline, or even out of the the boot, the boot camps. What are some practices you've seen at IBM that have been helpful in raising awareness about unconscious bias and how to address it?
Yeah, that's a great question. I want to answer it in two parts. So I think the first part is one of the things that we really look at when we're looking at kind of alternative education is looking at individuals who maybe have diversified their skill set, right? So maybe they have a 2-year associate's or a 4-year degree in cyber, but then what are their other skill sets that they bring to the table? So oftentimes we're looking at candidates who have industry-backed digital credentials to kind of build up that piece. And so maybe they have really dived into AI, right, or IT. And so the more that we can see the diversification of their skill set, that is really something that we look for, especially know that industry is changing so rapidly, and those just provide more backing to who the individual is and more experience. So that's one piece. I think for the unconscious bias piece, another thing that we really look at is we have kind of cross-collaborative teams that are hiring for different positions. So when we're hiring for a cyber position, we're not just having cyber folks in that area be the hiring managers. We're really bringing in individuals from different organizations within IBM to really provide insight. And sometimes, that beginner's mindset mentality of they don't necessarily have that specific technical background is actually really, really helpful to determining if a candidate is qualified or not. So that's one way that we address kind of that unconscious bias piece.
Excellent. I know another thing, and there are any number of research pieces on it, but anonymizing resumes, taking out references to gender, taking out the universities, because those of us who are football fans hate all the other teams. And that's another way that you can eliminate that bias. And some of those studies are startling in the different outcomes from anonymizing resumes. Let's move to credential verification and assessing those skills as you're going through the hiring process. Iman, can practical assessments, and we talked before about using a CTF as a talent spotting type of activity, but lab simulation, how could you see those supplementing traditional screening activities, where it's just where it's either a Zoom call or you're sitting and you're talking through a script of questions that you've negotiated with HR?
I think they can really play a crucial role towards making sure that, like you were saying, you find a good fit between the candidates and the global marketplace and the job role. Because, for example, let's look at a simulation as an example, right? We can map the details of that to a work role, right? We can first take a job description and map it to a nice framework work role, which is what we do in our program at the University of West Florida. And then we can map the simulation or exercise to the knowledge, skills, and competencies needed for that work role. So, for example, if you're hiring for a system administrator or a network security engineer or a cybercrime investigator, the NICE framework defines knowledge, skills, tasks, and competencies needed. Well, then you can build that into the simulation and then have the assessment of the simulation directly let you know how ready they are in those areas. So not only is it it's a great learning tool, but it's also a great evaluation measure because you can drill down into the details and see what their strengths are and also see maybe what gaps they may need. One of the things that we've realized, for example, at the program we've launched at the University of West Florida, the National Cybersecurity Workforce Development Program, which we launch in partnership with universities across the country, is that we can't treat cyber as a one-size-fits-all approach. There isn't a single on-ramp and there isn't a single off-ramp. So the more we can help identify what is each individual's strengths, passions, interests, and backgrounds, and then map them into a learning pathway that aligns with that, they have a better chance of then succeeding in whatever work role they get because it's something that is a good fit for them.
And really, it's about setting that candidate up for success. It's not about, we heard, again, one of the breakout sessions yesterday, one of the speakers said, the guy knocked it out of the park on the interview, but because there wasn't any sort of practical skills test, they got there and they were very, very disappointed with the guy and required a lot more work than just doing that type of technical assessment during the interview process. Godfrey, how do you balance certification requirements with real world skills when you're recruiting for JOS Cert and for those technical positions, either at that entry level, as you talked about, doing talent spotting in the university or in the high schools, but then also when you get a candidate who comes in through a more traditional avenue.
So thank you for that. And it's a very good look at how the industry is changing. And one of the things I look for on that panel is just how closely those certifications run into each other. Because sometimes you find a candidate that's very well lettered, but the certifications are done back to back, which means he really or she comes to the table with little or no experience. And if you're really trying to hit the ground running in a situation where individuals have to be multi-hatted, then you're looking for that balance of skill sets. Additionally, you try to get them to run through scenarios where their credentials are tested against real-world examples of issues. And sometimes you find that while they're theoretically well-grounded, the ability to apply that to a fluid situation does not bear out the certifications. And so the recruitment process is a fairly detailed one for us, and it is so because we can only take so few of the candidates, but we need to get the best of the bunch.
Right. How many positions do you have open right now?
So right now we have 3 positions open. The idea by the end of the year is to increase that to 50 as we transition from what we have now, which is an 8x5x52 bodies in seats, to a 24/7 365 bodies in seats. So what we're moving from is monitoring over weekends and public holidays to bodies on weekends and public holidays. And so those skill sets are necessary as we seek to get people who can come in and with basic introduction to our systems be able to hit the ground running and provide value to a system. The challenge we face now is that while we have those positions filled, and they're there from Monday to Friday, and sometimes on weekends, depending on what we're responding to, the challenge is that their skill set has to be such that they can work largely independently of my supervision. And so it becomes a bit of a challenge because the ability to get third-party IR or other analysis isn't necessarily there from a procurement standpoint. So the ability to really test those skills from the get-go is critical, and it doesn't happen sitting in a room asking questions.
Right. Okay, so we've walked through identifying the gaps, improving hiring processes, and talking about some skills assessment. So now we've got them on board. Now we got to retain them and develop them. So, Kiki, how important is internal mobility, upskilling, continuous education in retaining cybersecurity talent?
I think it's huge because we've identified how hard it is to hire individuals, so it is really important to retain them. I'm speaking on behalf of IBM, and so we're a large organization. We have a lot of resources, but one of the things that we do is the moment an individual comes into our organization, they're partnered with a buddy. They then identify kind of a mentor that they're with for several months, if not years. We have different business resource groups that are focused on women in technology. We have BIPOC groups. We have LGBTQ+ groups. So it's really an opportunity for individuals, especially at a large organization where it can be hard to connect across the globe, really. And so I think the more purpose that they have at an organization, the more connected they're going to feel, more likely they are to stay in that position. There was an interesting study, it's quite old now. I want to say it's maybe 10 years old, but Morton and Hansen did a study where they looked at 500 organizations and they measured individuals based on their passion for their job and then their purpose, their sense of purpose within their organization. And then they crossed it with how successful is that employee. And they have different, criteria of what it means to be successful as that employee. But I always reference this study because I think it's so interesting, because what came out of it is actually the individuals who are more successful in their job have a clearer purpose for what they're doing. And I just think that this is unique because we always talk about, find a job that you love, have a passion for it. And while that's important, what we're actually seeing with this study is that it's actually more important to have a clear purpose. And so I think that's really an important piece as we're hiring individuals and as they come into your organizations to retain them. What is their purpose, right? Going back to Simon Sinek and his golden circle and his why. Why is an individual there? What is their motivating factor? How are you helping develop that purpose over time, and how is it changing over time? So I think that that's a really important piece to retain employees.
I think that's a great point, and I think another one in addition to, and that purpose is one of the reasons why in public institutions you can find people who are willing to forego the money chase because they feel that sense of purpose. And the other is the opportunity for a unique type of challenge. Several breakout sessions yesterday talked about, particularly in cybersecurity roles, that if you've been doing the same thing for 6 months and you're not finding new challenges to address, then you're getting stale. And so, and we CRDF have lost people because we haven't been able to, during lulls in the business cycle, we've lost talent because they haven't had that challenge there to feel like they're being pushed farther and to grow their skills. Iman, what are some of the top factors driving attrition in cybersecurity, and how do organizations get out in front of that so that they're not constantly filling vacancies, but rather doing that retention after all the hard work of getting them on board?
Yeah, well, I think I completely agree with what Kiki was just saying, and I think, and Todd as well, that it's important to really kind of emphasize the mission, right? That is a big factor for why they get in. And so we have to start with the recruitment before we get to the retention. I think another key factor is really creating that alignment for them and helping them on a path. For example, the program that we run at the University of West Florida has helped train over 3,500 veterans, first responders, and transitioning military, and help them launch their advanced cybersecurity careers, all for free if they're eligible. We try hard to do that. But we hear a lot of them when they come in, they say, I hear cybersecurity is a great job potential. And they don't know anything else beyond that, right? And so what we try to do on the front end is help them identify first learn about the different roles that cybersecurity involves, right? Because there's a lot of different roles, whether they're technical or policy or management or investigation analysis. And so we try to help them learn about kind of the spectrum of what cybersecurity is, but also help them align. So we've worked with a partner to develop an aptitude assessment test that helps them identify not only their strengths, what are their strengths, but also is mapped to the NICE framework, so that then it'll help them identify which cyber work roles they may be a good fit for. And then that might help them with kind of what Kiki was talking about in terms of finding a purpose, because, for example, it might help them identify that they're really good at analysis. So maybe a career as a vulnerability assessment analysis or open source intelligence analyst may be a good fit for them. Or it might help them identify that they're very good with coding and technical skills and maybe go into that route, or maybe they're going into policy. So I think creating that alignment is important as a first step, so that they're not just kind of jumping into the wide world of cyber. But then beyond that, like you're saying, creating the initiatives and opportunities, they're going to help guide them. So we try to provide mentoring support, also professional development support along the way. Like, let's look at your resume. Let's see what it could do to be enhanced. Why don't we, with our employer partners, if you're interested in the room, we host mock interviews, right? Or career information sessions where you can help them kind of develop their interview skills so that they're ready. So I think a lot of that goes a long way towards building confidence and also building kind of their passion and readiness, so that, like Godfrey mentioned, they're ready for the job from day one. They're excited about it and they're ready. What is wrapped up in all of that is collaboration between the technical teams and HR, because
most organizations have some sort of a, what is your roadmap for the next 18 months. We certainly do, where you lay out your individual development plan of what are you going to do to prepare yourself for the next position. And that needs to be a collaboration between the talent management team, the C-suite, and understanding that there needs to be an investment in that continuing education, so educational incentives and benefits, and then having a structured map with the hiring managers to understand that you're the one who is engaging with the employee, and you're the one who needs to be their champion for moving down that roadmap of how to prepare themselves for that next position, preferably internally, not feeling like they have to go somewhere else in order to get the promotion.
Yeah, that's such a key point, Todd, and I think that's really been a missing link is kind of getting HR involved. And I think more recently, the more I realize that, I've been saying, let's include HR in all the conversations, not only internal meetings, but conferences like this, so that they can hear from our perspective, from the global perspective, what are the challenges and how can those job descriptions, like you're saying, be revised? Because a lot of times that's where kind of the rubber hits the road, right? As they get to HR, the candidates, and then they're like, oh, I need 4 years of experience for an entry-level position.
Okay, so I want to move on to one of the primary topics of the panel in terms of data and emerging technologies and how to both use those in filling those cybersecurity vacancies, and then also the impact of these emerging technologies on the cybersecurity roles. Godfrey, what are you seeing at the practitioner level? You're at a national cert. You're dealing with threats from a variety of different threat actors and vectors. But how do you see? What do you see as the promise of emerging technologies like AI? Enhanced tools, as you've got to fill, if you're trying to fill 50 positions over the next, presumably you don't have time to have one guy just sitting there looking at logs all day and trying to correlate things. So what do you see as the promise of AI as you're either going through the hiring process or incorporating those tools into, so not only incorporating the tools into, are you seeing AI-driven threats? Because we saw yesterday that was one of the big concerns, was AI-enhanced threats that where there are not skills available to address those. And I know I'm sorry I asked you 3 questions at once, but I had an epiphany halfway through.
That's fine, Todd. And it's a very probing question. The challenge we face with artificial intelligence is that we have to incorporate it at all stages along the continuum. So from recruitment, the use of AI algorithms to really whittle down the applicants to that short list that you can focus on. Once you get inside the SOC, you really need to appreciate that you won't have enough bodies to look at the threat environment. And so the use of advanced tools, particularly leveraging AI to determine and to detect threats, but also to recognize patterns, to look at the logs that you would have created over years, decades sometimes, and to be able to derive patterns out of that so you can use what you're not finding in the TTPs to actually build defenses against the unknown unknowns. And then you have the need for your bodies to learn artificial intelligence to the point where they can appreciate where the biases may crop up or exist in the tools you're using, and to leverage those. Within our situation in Jamaica, and by extension the English-speaking Caribbean, is small SOCs. The average size is about 7 persons. What we're attempting to do is really a first of its kind within the region. And so what we're seeking to do is to leverage the technology in such a way that it is not only seeking to identify those sophisticated threats, but also to allow for the more clinical apportioning of scarce resources to where it is most needed. Additionally, when you look at the different sectors, particularly education, manufacturing, health, finance, there has to be the ability to see beyond the horizon with respect to those. And AI and its predictive capabilities are allowing us to do that. as we move from the use of primarily generative algorithms to agentic algorithms, it allows us to have a significant force multiplier that we really need in the low resource environments.
Excellent. Iman, and I will admit this question came from ChatGPT. What emerging technologies show the most promise for transforming cybersecurity workforce management?
Well, given that the question came from ChatGPT, I have to say AI and generative AI then, right? Just to get ChatGPT's approval. But I really have been, I'm passionate about AI. I've been so for about 30 years involved in AI R&D. And I have to say, what I'm advocating for now is, like Godfrey's saying, is embed AI into everything, but at the appropriate level, right? And so everybody, including our friends, family, neighbors, needs some awareness of AI, but then those on the front line of a SOC need AI that's more technical, more relevant to what they're doing in terms of their analysis skills, right? And I think it's crucial that as an educator, we build in those knowledge and skills now. We start building in those knowledge and skills, not just at the higher ed level, but starting in K through 12, because the world is going to look a lot different in 2 years, 5 years, and 10 years. It already is at this point. So we need to start thinking about the skills that are going to allow them to leverage AI, analytical skills, flexibility, creative thinking, creative analysis, right? Because think about when you ask ChatGPT a question, you're going to get lots of different options. You're going to need to evaluate, parse out what makes sense and what doesn't. And I think from a cyber perspective, it's important to think about what are the specific knowledge and skills that they're going to need based on the work role. I'm part of a group that worked with the National Science Foundation and NSA last year to develop AI and cybersecurity curricula that's now being adopted across the 470 National Centers of Academic Excellence across the U.S. And that curricula is free, by the way. I can point you to the website for it. So the goal, again, is to kind of figure out, based on, are they going to be in a role where they're applying AI, they're leveraging AI tools in order to enhance cyber defense and cyber resilience? There's one set of knowledge and skills that they need for that. Or are they going to be building secure AI systems, which is really crucial, as you pointed out earlier, because if we adopt AI that's risky or that's not secure, we're actually creating weaker cyber defenses instead of strengthening our cyber resilience.
That's a great point that it's cliche to say that, AI is going to transform the workplace. I'm still waiting for that paperless workplace that we were promised in the mid-90s. That doesn't seem to be coming anytime soon. I think it's safe to say that, there have been hundreds of thought pieces on how AI is going to change your workplace, and the way it actually ends up happening is going to be different depending on the context, and it's probably not going to look like most of what was projected, because people are going to find new and novel ways to use it to make their lives easier. Now, that also means bad guys are going to find it new and novel ways to make their lives easier too. As we look at the emerging technologies, Kiki, what is IBM doing to incorporate emerging technologies like AI, I'm sure IBM is working somewhere in IBM. Someone's working on post-quantum cryptography, quantum-resistant types of things. But what role are you seeing emerging technologies play in IBM? And of course, IBM, one of the innovators with Watson of AI as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so a couple of things. So we have a platform that's called IBM Skills Build, which is a free platform offered to anyone. If you're interested in learning more about it or becoming a partner to really integrate it in a strategic level, I'm happy to talk through that with you. But really, it's a free platform, really to upskill and reskill individuals on various topics such as AI, cyber, IT support, cloud, etc. And so we have actually committed to upskilling 30 million people by 2030. We're about 53% of our way to hitting that goal, with over 16 million people who have upskilled today, which is very exciting. Really, we created that, though, to emphasize the importance of these domains in every sector, right? It's not just in the tech sector, but it's really, how does AI influence every sector today, and how do you become upskilled or reskilled dependent on your background and experience. So that's actually a platform that we use kind of externally, but we also use it internally as well. And so every IBMer is required to go through a certain amount of hours of learning and then incentivized if they go beyond that. And so a lot of employees use that platform to upskill or reskill. We have a lot of courses on artificial intelligence. And then it's really interesting too, I was part of a workshop on Sunday where I was talking about the work that we're doing for, we're part of a consortium with 8 other tech institutions that are really analyzing what is the impact of AI on ICT jobs. And what's really interesting is as we dug in and we identified kind of the job roles and the various skill sets, what we really found is where AI skills are most needed are in responsible AI and AI ethics. And so it's actually less technical, but really understanding, you know, how do you use AI responsibly? How do you use it in an ethical way? How do you make sure you're not putting in, you know, PI that's going to cause issues down the line? And so how do you use it in those specific ways? And then we saw like the third skill set is prompt engineering, which becomes a little bit more technical, but anyone can become a good prompt engineer. And so I think that really investing in employees, both internally and externally, to begin to close some of the gaps that we're seeing.
Excellent, thank you. Godfrey, as our lone government representative on the panel, what role do you see government policy playing in either standardizing or incentivizing better cybersecurity hiring practices?
I think the greatest role that government can play is to be a facilitator and to ensure that when we talk about public-private partnerships, we're not just talking about bringing 2 entities together, but we're talking about a long-term value-adding partnership. So if you look at how the education system is, government policies drive the development of curricula and the application and delivery of content. That has to be agile enough to recognize that technology is changing, and the ability to infuse it at all levels from K-12 through postdoc is necessary if you're going to build a skills pipeline. Additionally, the private sector has to recognize where their gaps are, where their needs are, and be willing to not only engage with academia, but lean forward sometimes. And what you find oftentimes is that the private sector and academia, they're not talking the same language. So you're churning out graduates with particular skill sets, but the industry is not requiring them. And so government really has to play that balance, that conducting role between the different aspects of society to bring the training delivery to the technological and economic requirements of the society, so that when you look at the economic development itself, what you're finding is value adding at every stage of the chain, and ultimately that skill set, that pipeline becomes sustainable, because even if they rotate out of the public sector into the private sector, you're still maintaining that growth in terms of the ability to deliver cybersecurity within your economic stuff.
And you know, one of the just, you know, facts of life is that academic curricula can't keep up with the pace of change. It can take up to a year to change a curricula, do all the pedagogy behind it, to teach the teachers how to train the new material. And I think that is where, from an educational perspective, things like micro-credentialing and smaller bite-sized certifications can help fill that formal education gap that just takes, you know, it's turning a battleship. It's, you know, you can't just throw new stuff into a curriculum based on that need.
It's interesting you say that, but in many of the smaller economies, government is the largest employer. And oftentimes the requirements to get into the public sector is really based on 50, 60 years ago, when you needed to demonstrate through the acquisition of a 4-year degree that you have certain competencies. So they're being able to leapfrog and to recognize micro-credentialing, to recognize certifications that are not based on those formal degrees, and employ these persons will send a signal to the private sector that you can do this and you can be successful at it.
Excellent. We are pretty much out of time. I've got one question for the panel. What is one hiring practice in cybersecurity that you believe is outdated or needs to evolve immediately? Iman?
Degree-based hiring, move to skills-based hiring.
I would echo that. That's what I was going to say as well. I think it's important to look at skills first, and then again, what we talked about, preferred versus required.
Right.
Taking both comments, be disruptive. Be bold in how you recognize talent and give opportunities to those whom you find in your recruitment phase.
Excellent. I want to thank our panelists. Please, a round of applause for the panel. I forget what's next, so we're either going to go to a break. Oh, Brian's up. Okay. We're going to take good luck and good hiring, and go fill your vacancies.
And by that was a very respectful off the stage. I wasn't.
Good job.
Thank you. Thanks, Todd, for driving a really thoughtful discussion on the impact of emerging technologies. Now we're pivoting to one of the more exciting moments of the day where we get to hear the trials, tribulations, and successful journeys of those that have pathwayed into the cybersecurity workforce. And so it's an honor for me to welcome Zainab Malik to the stage. Zainab is a dedicated and results-driven cybersecurity professional currently serving as a security event monitoring analyst at Deloitte. Originally from Pakistan, she moved to the United States during elementary school and later pursued her passion for technology by earning a degree in cybersecurity engineering from George Mason University. After graduating, Zainab launched her official cybersecurity career for Deloitte, where she has continued to grow and excel in her field. She is proud to be recognized as a security professional who brings sharp analytic skills and a critical investigative mindset to the table, playing a key role in detecting, analyzing, and responding to cyber threats. Her commitment to excellence and continuous learning drives her contributions to the evolving cybersecurity landscape. And so please join me in a loud round of applause for Zainab.
Hi, good morning, everyone. It's truly an honor to be here today in Denver, Colorado. It's my first time in Colorado, and I will say that the elevation sickness is a real thing. But no, it's truly an honor to be here today, standing here, not just as a story showcase speaker, but as someone who once had no idea that this field even existed or what it was about. So I came to the United States from Pakistan when I was just 7 years old. And from a very young age, I was taught to work hard and stay curious and never take anything for granted. Nothing is provided without hard work. I was taught that. So like many immigrant families, my parents who are watching this right now, they worked tirelessly to give us opportunities that they didn't have for a better future. And for the longest time, I thought my way of honoring that sacrifice was through medicine and biology, which is the right path, the respected, impactful path. It's helping others. So as I started my college journey, I declared myself a biomedical engineering degree major. Now, a few weeks into the semester and many chemistry labs in, I found myself struggling. I was attending classes and I was learning, but I wasn't inspired in the way that I wanted to be. I felt like I was just kind of there. And I kept asking myself the question, is this really what I want to do for the rest of my life? Do I really want to be stuck in chem labs for the rest of my life? And the answer was no. I didn't know yet what I was searching for, and a few weeks into the semester, I decided to change my declare my major to undeclared. And then one day, a turning point came from an unexpected conversation with my brother that would change the course of my life. I mentioned for me, and my brother brought up cybersecurity. And he was the only family member in the tech field at the time. And he was talking to me about how cybersecurity was going to change the world. I honestly remember being confused. I had no idea what it was. Was it just firewalls and antivirus systems and passwords? I had no idea. But the more we talked, the more I realized how deep and impactful the field was. He told me about how it was about protecting people and systems and nations. And he told me about how cybersecurity touches everything, from our national security, to our banks, to our airports, everything. And that spark of curiosity turned into action for me. So the following week at school, I decided to attend a cybersecurity seminar, which you could say was similar to this, but I'd be lying if I said that. It was a classroom full of 15 freshmen led by a professor. But the seminar was about cyber crimes and how different threat actors use various different techniques to expose infrastructure or to expose users' data. And the seminar also talked about how important a black hat's role is in situations like this. And I don't remember most of the topic of the seminar, but I do remember being really interested. All these terms that the professor was talking about sounded like they were straight out of a movie. But besides just that, I saw all these students that were also intrigued. They were asking questions, they were learning, they were really interested. And I realized the field was about solving problems, something that I enjoy and something that I think I'm pretty good at. So right then and there, I decided to switch my majors. Now, at George Mason University, I finally found where I belonged. It wasn't easy. I struggled to catch up to pace that many of my classmates already had, just learning basic terminology and basic knowledge. But I enjoyed that. I wasn't just learning technical skills, I was applying them. Through capstone projects with organizations like MITRE and Google, I was thrown into real-world challenges that made every classroom lecture come alive. I remember my favorite course was cryptography. It was about figuring out encryption and decryption, and it was like a puzzle to me. I loved it. I love a good puzzle. And for my senior project, I recall how my team and I had to create a web application using Azure pipelines. We had to secure the applications because confidential data was going to be stored within. So we were building code, but we were doing it with a purpose and with all safety measures that we could take. I felt like I finally belonged. Now, I want you all to take a moment and think back to the broke college days you guys may have had. I know I'm not unique with that experience. So COVID came around, and I was faced with a new challenge of financial hurdles. I had to find new ways to support myself and my education and the completion of my undergrad studies. And that's when I heard about the Last Mile Education Fund through one of my professors, Dr. Peggy Browse. The Last Mile Education Fund provides awards for students within their last semesters in completion of their degrees. They didn't require any certain GPA or any letter of recommendations, and it was a very straightforward application. And when I heard about it, I didn't think it was real. I was like, how could this be, But I didn't have anything to lose, so I went ahead and I applied, and almost instantly, I was able to receive an award. And I'm grateful for organizations such as the Last Mile Education Fund. They provided awards that helped out in all aspects, not just tuition, but it could be used for anything. I remember whether it was used for gas money, because I was a commuter at that time, I didn't stay on campus, or whether I used it for coffee or even a slice of pizza for lunch. The Last Mile Education Fund really provided me with that chance. Their main goal is to invest in financially vulnerable students and give them the chance to complete their education without worrying about financial stress. And I'm grateful to have been part of this fund. So I graduated from George Mason University in December of 2021, and now I had to face a new set of challenges, which is the real world. Although I started networking and applying to many positions, whether it was internships or apprenticeships or full-time roles, I was struggling to hear back. I applied consistently for a few months, and I thought I was doing something wrong. I thought cybersecurity was a field that was growing and expected to be full of opportunities, yet I was struggling. So I focused all my time into networking, anywhere and everywhere I could. I started asking all these professionals all the questions and seeking guidance, involving myself in various different apprenticeship programs. And one day I saw a post online about hiring a security analyst. So I reached out to the connection that posted it, and they asked me for my resume. And then the following week, I was able to land an interview in a pool of, I'm sure, a very large applicant pool. And so you could say this is due to luck, but honestly, I was just networking and connecting with all the right people as much as I could. So now fast forward today, I work as a security event monitoring analyst at Deloitte, and I know that I am the first line of defense in all security-related alerts. My work consists of investigating phishing tactics, to log analysis, to network investigation, and I'm glad to be able to make a difference daily. My time at university didn't just prepare me for a job, They prepared me for growth and development. And my journey is far from over. It has just started. I'm looking forward to growing in my career and eventually reaching my dream job of becoming a pen tester, which is the reason that I got into cybersecurity, if you go back to that seminar that I attended. I'm grateful for all the professors who have helped me along the way, all my mentors, all my professors, and especially the Last Mile Education Fund for their support. I would not have been able to do it without them. And if there's one thing I've learned, it's that your path doesn't have to be straight to be strong. Detours aren't mistakes, they're just chapters in our stories. So all I can say is this field is for anyone and everyone, from people with extensive knowledge or who are born in it, to people who had no idea what this field was about 7 years ago. To now working as a professional and having a huge impact in my workplace. So my message here is to stay curious, keep asking questions, keep growing, and probably listen to your siblings. You never know which moment will shift your life. And that's all for me. Thank you all.
What an amazing story. Thank you, Zainab, for sharing that. And I do want to give and echo what Zainab said, to give a shout out to Last Mile. And as Zainab said, Last Mile is one of those organizations that help get students across the finish line. I think their stats pretty impressive. More than 70% of those that they jump in to support actually make it across the finish line, which is a testament. And those are students that were in the sort of that space of dropping out and having to move in different directions. 246%, I think, return on investment. And so it's an incredible organization doing meaningful work. So shout out to Last Mile. If you're in the room, thank you so much for the work that you're doing. I also want to give a shout out to our sponsors. They may appear on the screen here any moment now, and if they don't, they are in the expo space. And so again, without our sponsors, we wouldn't be able to pull off this convening. So again, grateful to those up on the screen for kicking in and helping ensure that this conference continues. And that's my way of also starting to move us out to Expo. And so that concludes the morning sessions. And what we're going to do now is go to Expo Hall and breakouts, and we'll reconvene for our luncheon keynote speech. So thanks again for being here. Go enjoy the expos, take the swag so they don't have to drag it home with them.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a great lunch and enjoyed this morning's breakout sessions. I'm Barbara Perez-Feronis. I'm the Assistant Director for Marketing and Communications at FIU and also part of the NICE Planning and Organizing Committee. I apologize if you can't see me that well. I did ask them to bring me a step stool. They thought I was joking. I was not. And I also wanted to give you a little break from Brian from his terrible dad jokes. So you're welcome. That being said, we're excited to kick off the afternoon with another inspiring story showcase. When we were seeking out amazing stories to feature, Bradley Wolfenden from our program committee recommended our next speaker without hesitation. He shared how this individual has been an excellent steward of their program, both technically in terms of representation, and we couldn't be more excited to hear his story. It's my pleasure to introduce Samuel Myers, an embedded security engineer at the MITRE Corporation, where he leads the embedded Capture the Flag and specializes in software reverse engineering. Sam is also the co-captain of the 2025 U.S. Cyber Team, bringing over 7 years of competition experience and a passion for using cyber competitions as a tool for hands-on learning and talent development. Please join me in welcoming Sam Myers to the stage.
Hey everybody, how y'all doing today? Now we know who's awake. You get a big old serving of pasta. That's pretty good for facilitating naps, let's say. I have the privilege of sharing with you a little bit about my cybersecurity journey, and the hope being that you can find some aspect of it educational, encouraging, or at least interesting. My first experience with the world of cyber was probably earlier than most, in high school, when I joined a group preparing for the National Cyber Defense Competition, known as Cyber Patriot. Some of you are probably already familiar with this program, but Cyber Patriot teaches technical skills such as operating system security, digital forensics, and networking to the middle and high school students that participate in the event. I went to the first meeting more or less on a whim. I had no idea what it was going to be like going into it. But after my first encounter, I was immediately captivated by the challenging technical experience. It was completely unlike anything that I had ever done before. The competition afforded me the opportunity to teach myself something new, and I didn't need to rely on someone who already knew the material in order to teach it to me. This is, I would argue, a very necessary skill for most people, and certainly for most people in the ever-evolving, ever-changing world of cyber. I was immediately hooked on the technical aspects of cybersecurity and soon discovered a similar outlet to scratch that same itch. Capture the Flag competitions, or CTFs, which have been mentioned quite a few times at this conference. And I'm sure everyone here has a different mental model of what a CTF looks like or a different experience with them. But what it meant to me at the time was CTFs were an environment in which competitors could work as a team to solve very complex cybersecurity problems. Competitors could teach themselves new things, practical skills, and apply them immediately to challenges that are realistic despite being contrived. Also, they're gamified. The teamwork and competition aspect were incredibly motivating. And for me, they made cybersecurity education actually fun and enjoyable, and something that I looked forward to. There have been several talks at the conference already on CTFs and the value that they bring to cyber education, so I'll save you the rest of the spiel, but feel free to come bug me afterwards and I'll chat your ear off about them. And consider them as an educational resource. Anyway, back to the story. I had very high aspirations of pursuing a career in cybersecurity. So I pursued a computer science degree from Liberty University, continuing to sharpen both my practical knowledge while also learning the relevant theory from coursework. It was around this time that I discovered the U.S. Cyber Games program. U.S. Cyber Games seeks to bring together the top young hackers from across the nation to form the U.S. Cyber Team. The team then has the privilege of representing the United States in international competition, competing against teams from other countries. Some have likened it to the Olympics of CTFs. Through this program, I, along with my team, had the distinct privilege of representing the nation in numerous competitions, 5 of which took place in other countries. And now, as the co-captain of the 2025 team, I get to help lead a group of incredibly talented individuals to international competition excellence. But more importantly than any of that, at least for me, through the program, I discovered a meaningful community. I've learned so much from and have had so much fun interacting with my fellow competitors. It's been an incredibly rewarding experience from start to now. Despite the success in competition and throughout my time in school, I neglected the importance of credentials, unfortunately. When it comes to getting a job, I learned it doesn't matter so much what you do know, but what the hiring manager knows about what you know. I fell for the same trap that many young people aspiring for careers in cybersecurity fell for, thinking that, oh, once I get my degree, it'll be easy. You know, there's this massive gap. I'll just breeze right through. That was not the case. I had a deep technical well of knowledge to draw from, but no piece of paper that demonstrated what I knew, and I wasn't very able to effectively sell myself. At the time, I remember reading that the hardest job in cyber to get is whatever your first one is, and that certainly felt true for me. Many, many months and more rejections than I care to count later, the job search was becoming disheartening. I thought that I would have to put my dream career on hold and pursue something else for the time being. But it was around that time that a competition colleague of mine sent me a link to a competition that his company, Battelle, was running. He said something along the lines of, compete in this CTF and you could get a job here. The event was a recruiting tool that Battelle used to identify prospective technical talent. Not really thinking anything would come of it, I participated in the event and was fortunate enough to end up coming in second place. And to my surprise, that ended up landing me an internship at Battelle, which in turn led to a full-time job, and the rest was history. Their hiring methodology cared more about what I knew than what my resume looked like, and they gave me the opportunity to prove what I knew. I soon transitioned to my current role at MITRE, where I do embedded security, and I get to tackle really awesome sponsored challenges. I also have the honor of leading the technical aspects of the MITRE Embedded Capture the Flag competition. The competition facilitates students' learning of a technical skill set that is desperately needed in a rapidly growing subgenre of cybersecurity. I'm continually surprised by how many real, actual sponsor problems I run into that correlate to the gamified problems that students must learn to solve while participating in the event. It's such an immense pleasure for me to be on the other end of the competition world that was so impactful for me and my journey early on. I get to see the students go through the same process and learn the same things that I did back then. This year is the 10th anniversary of the ECTF's inception, and Ben Janis gave an excellent presentation on it yesterday. Although it was the technical challenges that drew me to pursue cybersecurity initially, in my short 3-year career, I've become increasingly interested in the human challenges of cyber. Cybersecurity is just as much a human problem as it is a technical one. In fact, I think I've probably heard that or something along those lines at every talk that I've attended at this conference. I will conclude by offering some of the lessons that I learned to some hypothetical audience members out there. To the educators, I would encourage you to consider the impact that applied learning like CTFs can have when used in conjunction with your curriculum. The opportunity to take theory and very quickly put it into practice was so instrumental for me in my education. To the ones in the audience who make hiring decisions, I would encourage you to consider the atypical experience that candidates may bring. Consider non-traditional means of locating, attracting, and recruiting cyber talent. And finally, to the students out there who are looking for jobs or still studying, to all of those who are just like me from 3 years ago, I'd say continue to learn new things while still being able to communicate the value of the things that you know. and stick with your aspirations, even when they aren't easy. The mission that we get to do is far too important, and the problems that we solve are far too fun to give up on. Thank you all.
Samuel, thank you so much for that story. Again, another inspiring story, and I think that has been such an amazing addition to the conference series of the last 2 years, to hear the compelling stories that essentially resemble the work that you all are doing in helping move people meaningfully into the workforce. Barbara did something, though. She accused me of telling bad dad jokes. I just want to set the record straight. I haven't told a bad dad joke yet. Although I was thinking about NASA and how NASA plans parties. Does anybody know how NASA plans parties? They plan it. Get it? That was the bad dad joke. But she accused me, so I want to make sure I tell a bad dad joke, and there you have it, okay? And give a round of applause for Barbara, too. Again, really the backbone of the planning and organizing, and Barbara does an amazing job on stage, and so we wanted to give her the opportunity to do this, because she is going to replace me next year, and she's going to be the MC going forward. It's clear she's better. So all right, so now it's my pleasure to introduce the moderator for our next panel discussion, Dr. Nate Fisk. I've had an opportunity to know and work with Dr. Fisk over a number of years in FIU's partnership with Cyber Florida. And so it's been amazing to partner with him and Cyber Florida at University of South Florida, and of course have Nate join us today. So Dr. Fisk is the Academic Director for Outreach at Cyber Florida and an Assistant Professor of Cybersecurity Education at the University of South Florida's College of Education, a Fulbright cybersecurity scholar and author. His work focuses on how young people, families, and informal learning communities understand and engage with security. So I couldn't think of anyone better to help navigate a conversation around K through 12 because of the amazing work that Nate, his colleagues at USF, Cyber Florida are doing, particularly in the K through 12 space. And I will say lastly, Nate almost was a professional ballet dancer. I'll throw that out there, Nate, if that's appropriate.
True, okay? It's very clear. You can see it in my form even today.
Nate, the floor is yours.
Thank you for that excellent introduction, and hi everybody. Again, I'm Nate Fisk. I'm now an Associate Professor of Cybersecurity Education. Finally got that tenure to happen. Also, I'm very excited to be here today. 10 years of being at NICE, finally made it to the main stage. So thank you, I'm glad to be here, and thank you for that excellent introduction once again. Thank you. So for today, we're here to have a conversation. And I really would like it to be a conversation. So those of you who know me know that I don't really do well with structure or formalities or really anything that gets in the way of me talking about something that I find more interesting. And so as a result, I think the most important thing that we can do here today is ideally keep the energy up here at the end of the conference, ideally to have more and bigger conversations. And to that point, I'm going to have opening up the conversation and questions from the audience relatively soon after we do introductions. And I really am looking for that audience participation because I think the most magical part of this conference is really the interactions between all of us, getting to know everybody here, getting a sense of the questions and challenges that we're all facing. And to that point, that's what this panel is really about here today. So again, what this panel is going to focus on is primarily thoughts about local communities and critical digital resiliency. Two topics that are very near and dear to my heart. And I can't think of a better panel to have up here at the time. We have Jeremy Monet, An-Mei Chung, and Beth Cerrone here. And all three of them, I'm going to give them a chance to introduce themselves in just a second here. But what's really interesting about the makeup of this panel is that we get to talk at the national, state, and local levels, which are all represented up here. And I think one of the things that I want to try to get to in our conversation for today is really thinking about how those things interconnect. We've been talking about all through this conference, all of these big, grand ideas, right? And NICE is always about that to some extent. The larger national strategies and initiatives, the big challenges that we face. And then also at NICE, we have all of the same local people, the people who are focused down at the local levels, who are doing the work inside of their communities. And I think it's useful to think through how those large strategic plans articulate out into our local communities with local populations. because I think that's one of the last miles that we face, one of the biggest challenges that we have in the country today relative to our cybersecurity posture. It's finding our way down to actual people in local communities who need support now. And that's the last mile that I think we need to connect all the way down to, and I think a lot of us already are. And so to that point, I want to introduce our panelists real quick, and so I'm just going to go down the line, and I'm going to ask one big question to each of you. What's that?
Should we sit?
Oh yeah, by all means, I'm going to sit in just a second too. Please be seated. So we're going to go down the line here, and it's just an easy softball question to begin with the backdrop of this kind of national to local kind of idea. So what are you working on right now? What's cool? Tell us a little bit about yourselves through what you're working on and what you're excited about. So what is it? Jeremy, get us started.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for that, Nate. I appreciate it. I spent a lot of years as the supervisor of career and technical and adult education for Hillsborough County Schools, which is the 7th largest school district in the country, 250,000 students. It's massive. And working at that level, I had the chance to start new cybersecurity programs. So you engage the elementary learners with as much foundational learning, get them excited, get them exposed. The middle school level, you try to engage them with any sort of base knowledge of IT so that they can matriculate up to our high school programs, which is where you really build out those pathways to the high skill, high wage employment, specifically in cybersecurity in Tampa. That was a big one that we worked on. After that, we moved to Cyber Florida, which is tasked with a similar role statewide. So now I've had the opportunity to see things from a state side. And what we're working on now is really building out those same types of programs, working with all the school districts we have across the state of Florida. We have large school districts all the way down to small school districts that have more cows than people. How do you engage them and build those cybersecurity pathways in schools that best bring the students in and give them that potential moving forward? So we do professional development activities for teachers. We try to give them the base foundational knowledge that they need to be successful, the pedagogy, the skills, curriculum resources, scope and sequences, anything we can to help them help their learners. And then we do student activities. So as you know, we did recently the largest that we're aware of statewide cybersecurity competition in the country. 1,000 high school students came in from 50 different school districts. The biggest one we have, Miami-Dade, all the way to the tiniest ones up in the Panhandle, and engage them in an in-person capture the flag competition, which really helps inspire them, get them hands-on, and get them moving into cybersecurity. So that's probably the coolest thing we've done in a little while.
Yeah, CyberLaunch is really cool. I was there too, of course, and fantastic event, and I completely agreed. An May.
Hi, my name is An May. I lead our Teaching, Learning, and Tech initiative at New America. And to be honest, I'm not really sure why I'm on this panel, but we will hopefully be able to connect these pieces, which is important. You know, we think about cybersecurity within the context of digital literacy, and that digital literacy, I think, should be one of the fundamental skills next to reading, writing, math that all students and all learners need to be able to have, to be able to really work, you know, go to school and succeed in your community. So I think one of the things that we do at New America, and I think we do well, is we focused on research and policy. And so a lot of the work that I do is about really raising people's voices, especially those that are on the ground, doing the work themselves. Because I think sometimes a lot of policymakers, especially in DC, forget who it is that they're trying to actually represent. And so one of the things I try very hard to do is to bring those voices into a lot of the research that we do and do focus groups and things like that do that. And I think much of this sort of began with one of my first jobs out of school, which was working with Save the Children, and working specifically in rural communities in the Mississippi River Delta, in the tribal communities in the Southwest, and also in Appalachia. And I think that and many things gave me such an appreciation for the hard work that is happening on the ground, and how sometimes the policies don't always mean well, but they don't always match right exactly what the needs are in the community. And so I think this idea of being able to connect state and local and national is even more important now, it has been. And so all those voices need to be at the table to be able to do this. So one of the things that we are doing at New American now, especially in the teaching learning ed track, is really trying to make the case for why digital literacy has to be a part of all curriculum, et cetera, of all teaching and learning, and to figuring out, what that looks like and how that can happen within the context of the funding that's left, right, in order to do that. So we want to make the case for that, and we also have been trying to make the case for, you can't get those skills unless you're connected. So the broadband initiatives are very much a part of what we also highlight and think about too as well. So I'll stop with that.
No, and on May, I'll just say I think there are plenty of reasons for you to be on this panel, especially given your background. And I'll just say a little bit more explicitly, especially when it comes to digital literacy and media literacy, in those zones, I think it's going to become increasingly important specifically to talk about those ideas. And I mean, honestly, there's a lot of, for those of you who are a little bit more on the government side, one of the things that I've found a little bit striking about the last couple of years are the ways in which even though politically they're not always exactly aligned, right? But there's a lot of overlap between ideas of kind of cognitive security and media literacy that I think probably need to be talked out a little bit more. And that runs straight through these ideas of national level cybersecurity and kind of re-emphasizing media literacy potentially as a national security problem, especially given the risks posed by AI and foreign adversaries. So I think there's a there, and certainly for you on this panel. And so thank you for being here. And Beth, I'll pass things back off all the way to you.
Sure. Hello, everybody. My name is Beth Cerrone. I'm a 30-year teacher. This was my 30th year, which is crazy. Thank you. I don't know how I made it that far, but I did. And I've actually loved almost every moment. I hate grading, but everything else I love. I'm a math teacher by trade, and I've been teaching computer science for the last 23 years. And my journey into cybersecurity actually started with one student. So I was teaching, oh, by the way, I teach in Longmont, Colorado. I'm about 45 minutes north of here. So I had a student, I was teaching at Silver Creek High School at the time, and he was in our leadership academy. And he was interested in learning cybersecurity. So he came to me, they had to do a capstone. He's like, could you be my mentor? I really want to teach cybersecurity. So we got a cybersecurity course approved through the district. And then we created an outline, and I kind of took it through there. My knowledge at the time was like this, enough like APCSP level of cybersecurity, that's all I knew. So it was fascinating. And there was nothing like the cyber.orgs of the world and all of those, they were just starting up. There wasn't like the curriculum that's out there now. So I then went over to the Innovation Center where I am now. And if you ever get a chance to come up to Longmont, come visit me. It's a fascinating place in my opinion. And so my whole directive in the interview was, I want you to create a cybersecurity pathway. And I was like, okay, I don't know what that means, but okay, I'll do it. And so I worked with Cisco, folks from Cisco, and so now I have a 6-course pathway that has been developed over the last 5 years, and it's been fascinating. We have work-based learning, we do competitions, we do all of that. So that's been kind of how I've gotten into cybersecurity. Throughout this, I've been doing a lot of these national conferences as well and recognizing, well, like with Ben and Willie, we're talking about 1.2% of districts have an opportunity for cybersecurity. So the thing I'm working on right now that I'm super passionate about, so I built the house, I needed the roof. So we created a capstone. For this, we're doing the inaugural one. Terry Johnson, who's sitting over there somewhere, is doing this with me. And so we're creating the cybersecurity internship where we're going to go through the whole NIST cybersecurity framework. And then we're working with 5 local companies, small companies ranging from 10 employees to 90 employees. And they're going to go through and do a security audit. Learn throughout. We have industry experts coming in to help teach them. We're going to go to the NIST office in Boulder as well and go through labs there. And at the end, they get all dressed up in their suits, and then they pitch their ideas to a series of judges. And they get feedback on that as well. So just so they can take their knowledge and apply it to our own local business. My whole pathway, the whole focus is about service, serving our community. And it really is. Like we forget sometimes like cybersecurity is really a service to individuals and families and community. And that's where I feel like I've gotten a way more diverse group of students in my classroom is offering it in that way. I've gotten a lot more girls. So I think it's not, really not focusing all on the techie part of it. There's this whole other component of it. But my goal is I'm actually retiring this year, well, retiring for me. And so I'm going to be doing a 110, which I'm going to teach half-time and then build out my cybersecurity internship. And I recognize there's so many kids that don't have opportunities, so I'm going to do one for girls in Guatemala. We're going to do one at UCCS in Colorado Springs, and I hope to give kids as much opportunity as possible so we have an equal playing field. So that's what I'm excited about.
Perfect. Thank you, Ben. So I think from here, I will just kind of cast around. So I believe we have runners with microphones. So if you have a question, let's raise your hand real quick. And if there's not anything quickly, then I'll probably just jump in with another question. But I'd far prefer that you all have interesting questions as opposed to me coming up with interesting questions, which I can do, but far less interesting. Any questions so far? Any hands? Oh, there we go. Oh, we got one in the back. Perfect. And could you please introduce yourself if you're coming up with a question as well?
Hi, I'm Tweaks from the Cyber Range, Virginia Cyber Range. And I've encountered running a lot of CTFs. I've seen more and more high school and even college students not willing to read. It's creating a huge problem. A lot of teachers are dumbing down the material, removing PDFs and books, doing short link videos, and putting exams on phones, and students are using ChatGPT to cheat. What are we going to do?
Fantastic question, and one I'm very excited to field. So I think I'll get started with that. Beth, I think you're the right place to start with that, maybe coming down to Jeremy.
Sure.
So what are you up to? How are you thinking about these kinds of issues? I have a million things to say specifically about kids not reading, but I want to hear even more about the reality on the ground, if you have that, so please.
Absolutely, and I have found that as well. Hello again, I haven't seen you for a long time, so good to see you again. Yeah, so I have a lot of kids in my classroom that are ADHD, like a huge percentage, and a lot of kids are on the spectrum as well. And so that's a struggle, certainly, in terms of, like, I do a lot of TriHackMe and things like that, and they've told me, we've had this session once about how their brain works. And so a lot of it, I've really been chunking information with them and just kind of teaching them how to go through, because reading is going to be a part of it. There's no choice. Or doing things like a jigsaw activity or something like that, where you don't have to read 4 articles, where you're reading an article, summarizing it, and then sharing it with somebody else so it enhances your learning. But because of the nature of my particular students, and I don't know if teachers out there seem to find the same kind of students in your classroom, but reading has been a big challenge. But that's one thing I've been doing is really, if I do a reading part, I do an activity with it, but we incorporate reading every day for sure, because I know it's part of what they need to do for their future, no question.
Jeremy, pass it off to you.
Yeah, great question. When you look at Florida, we do pretty well in reading fiction statewide. Where we fall off a cliff is in content area reading. So it's not just about having students with text in their hands that they enjoy. A lot of times it's about them reading a technical document for understanding, and that's in every content area. So when we work with our principals and we build out these programs and we work with our awesome teachers like Beth, one of the things that we reinforce is that everybody should be teaching reading. It should be a fundamental part of your instructional, the way that you're approaching your curriculum. You have to build reader stamina. So I love hearing you say that you chunk out those blocks to give them small things that they can read, but you have to build their ability to dive into heavy, thick text so that they can contribute in their content area. So one of the things that we would encourage is to build lesson plans, resources, activities that have a reading component, and to just continue to engage your learners in that. With reading, just in my particular experience, there's no substitute for the experience of reading. You have to have them working through difficult text. They have to come up with strategies to overcome parts where they get stuck, and they have to have that stamina so that they can go through those texts from start to finish. And the first most important person that we have for that is the classroom teacher, who looks for ways to fold that into their lessons.
Can I respond to that?
By all means, please.
This is related. We have been running quite a few focus groups that include students as part of that, and have spent time really wanting to figure out how to build more student agency into the development of curriculum. And what's been really interesting when we've included students as part of our focus groups, whether it be about privacy and security or even student agency, is that the students that we have that are from across the country, from different types of schools and communities, one of the things that they have said is that they actually don't want to spend all this time on their devices at all, that they would really, they see it as a tool, but what they want to do is learn to actually be part of figuring out what the cybersecurity system can be in their own communities. So we've had superintendents and principals, talk about the fact that, when at the beginning of the school year, everyone has to fill out those forms that say, I will not do X, Y, and Z. And then when we do these focus groups with students, when we ask them about what are the policies in their schools, that is the only time the students are silent in our focus groups, because they realize in doing this is that they actually don't know a lot about what is happening. They sign this thing and they don't understand the particulars. And one of the aha moments that have occurred with some of these students in our focus groups is that they want to be part of designing what cybersecurity should be in their school, and they want to see it integrated into their curriculum, meaning integrated not just as a separate course, but also part of their math courses, their social study courses, in a way of really teaching critical thinking skills. So I think that's a way of also thinking about reading is incorporated into all these different pieces too as well, and how do you use technology in a way that will actually inspire some students who need that, and others who actually want more educator engagement in their work too as well. And I think the teachers that we have been part of our focus groups have also said that they wish they had more time to actually focus on the critical thinking skills and the ability to do things. They're spending more time trying to figure out how to work around all these barriers that don't allow students to use technology for security and safety reasons, but they're really spending a lot of time just monitoring, and feeling like I think one teacher said, it's all thumbs all the time, and we need less thumbs.
Really excellent points, Anmei, and I think I want to add just a little bit to that as well. And I really appreciate the fact that you brought up this idea of student agency as being one of the critical factors here. And I'm going to loop it back around to really talking again about AI, right? And I think that one of the things that these new technologies offer students in a meaningful sense is an escape from the often highly traditional, highly disciplinary, highly formal kind of elements of education that might have felt like they have no control over, no power, no say, right? And so now these new technologies allow for different routes and different ways to learn, and they're rightfully looking over at that and saying, well, I should have some say in how this takes place if there are options on the table, right? And so I think on one level that our schools are not necessarily prepared to take on the challenge of reimagining the educational system alongside of students in a way that makes sense, right? And I think that's one of the again, you're feeling it over ChatGPT is giving my students kinds of answers and they're using it to cheat, but those are just the leading indicators of something that's much larger, right? And I think in this case it is about rethinking what education could be in that space relative to student agency. And I think one more thing I want to add to that, and again, along the same kinds of lines, is that, especially as a parent of two small kids, right? It's been a really interesting trip to be somebody who does this kind of work and then have two small kids to actually make the rubber hit the road somewhere. And I think that for us on the 502 project and the work that I'm doing, one of the things that we've decided is absolutely critical to pulling these local communities together, right, to make it route all the way down into that last mile, is that you have to have parents on board. And that parents are going to become an increasingly critical piece of this story. And back over to that reading comment, right? It's really what we're seeing all the way down at the lower levels is, again, zero judgment for those parents who have this, and I'm never casting any shade here, but I look at stuff like CoComelon, I look at stuff like the fast-paced media, right? Quick cuts, lots of motion, and that ruins kids' ability to be patient, to persevere, to push through discomfort, right? And I would say that it's very clear that there's no single other thing in the cybersecurity space that is more necessary than that perseverance, the ability to push past discomfort and into those zones. And so I think if we are talking about local communities and drawing our education down into those spaces, then we have to be real about, Beth, I really love your point as well, really pulling together local industry, local stakeholders to talk about these things together. And again, I think students also have a place at that table in a big way, to have conversations not just about how they're shaping education, but how that education can in turn serve some kind of civic duty, in some way reshaping and supporting their own local communities, that I think is something that we absolutely need right now, possibly more than ever. So great.
Can I add one thing?
Please.
So I was just thinking about that. When my second year at the Innovation Center, one thing I had all these kids struggling, and I couldn't figure out why. And I was using things, and I was trying to do all this hands-on learning and things like that. And one thing I feel like I do well is I'm really good at developing relationships with kids, and I really trust their voice, and I want to hear their voice. So we had, and it takes a while for them to trust that and believe that I'm that way. But I had this group of kids I'd had 2 years in a row, and they were struggling. And it was an ethical hacking class, and I had one class that was kind of the traditional kind of kid. They were doing great. In my other class, they were all struggling. And so I just sat down, like, okay, tell me what's going on. Tell me, like, why is this, not working for you? What kind of activities did we do last year that worked for you? And it was so fascinating to hear, this is really hard for me because this is how my brain works, and so that was really interesting. They're like, we're not sure about the why. And this generation is all about the why, for sure. Why do I need to learn this? And so then I brought somebody in from industry. It would just happen to work out. And so we were talking about the activities we were doing. And they're like, oh yeah, we use this, and you'll use this as a SOC analyst, in your job, or you'll use this in your job. And as soon as they heard that, they were like, oh, so this is something I will be using for my future for sure. It's not just an activity I'm doing in my classroom. So I think that component, the why, was huge. And then for that one class, I totally altered the way I was teaching because it wasn't working for them. So that's when I started chunking things, just really started changing how I was taking things like TryHack Me. And I was just doing it. They were learning the same things, but they were learning in a different way. So it helped me as a teacher, and for future years as well, to really understand how that, because I had a lot of kids that their brain, they were all like, oh, my brain works that way too, my brain works that too. And then they realized they had this little community of people, and they shared every day. And I got great feedback. So that's having the students have a voice in their own learning experience, and then them understanding why, and actually adapting to make sure their experience is the best experience possible. I think it just took off from there for me.
But Beth, I really want to acknowledge one giant thing, one problem with that, right? And that's that this is being placed on the back of educators who are often under-resourced, lack the power that they need to make significant change inside of an organization, and often lack anything that would allow them to have a conversation like that, even the energy to have a conversation like that with kids in that lane, right? And that takes a lot of trust, that takes a lot of time, that takes a lot of resources, that takes a lot of energy. And again, I just want to say very clearly back to that point, I think we are lacking in terms of those resources to do this at scale, and that's one of my major concerns, is that even for us, even talking this out, I don't have right now an answer, right? I don't have you just do this thing, it'll be fine. And your answer is great, but it's also a very expensive answer, right? And so I want to acknowledge that it's difficult to do a lot of this stuff. All right, other questions? Got one in the back over there. This is fantastic. Not too many questions, just the right flow of questions. Excellent. And don't forget introduction as well.
Hi, Damon Drake, ISC2. I got a question about the soft skills. I think it's a huge gap, but I also don't know how we address it. With folks on the spectrum with ADHD, that's obviously usually one of the bigger issues. What do you think is the sweet spot, percentage-wise, to look at the human psychology piece of this, to get them up to that speed, to go beyond the technical while still keeping them engaged on both sides of that fence?
Fantastic question. Anna-May, do you want to field this one first? I'm thinking
sure.
Probably in your lane.
I mean, it's interestingly enough, when I was at the Mozilla Foundation, for folks who may not know what the Mozilla Foundation is, they're the reason why we don't pay for our browsers right now. because they created Firefox when they realized that Microsoft was going to start charging us for Internet Explorer. So they brought together developers from all over the world and created Firefox. Now, not that many people use Firefox, but they are for that. And so when I was at the Mozilla Foundation, one of the things that we did was actually create what we called web literacy, but digital literacy skills, and we linked them to 21st century skills, the soft skills, knowing that those pieces are connected because it's just the technology, right? There is an endpoint to what you do with this technology, and it's so important for them to learn how to communicate, problem solve, right? These are tools, and I think sometimes, people equate technology with that quick fix. We're always looking for that quick fix, but it's just a tool. Just like AI is a tool, right? In that it's human-centered. I think AI is a way to actually get your foot in the door because it's something everybody wants to talk about. But at the core of it is that it's still about digital literacy skills, and those digital literacy skills are tied to being able to be critical thinkers, being able to communicate, being able to problem solve, being able to collaborate, etc. So we created a wheel of web literacy skills or digital that are tied to those 21st century skills. And there's an organization that has also done this even more in depth, and it's called DQ Institute. They have a whole set of digital literacy skills and competencies that are linked to those things. But I think part of that, in order to make that actually real, you got to work with folks like Beth, right? Who know how to integrate it, who know how to say, okay, these are tools that are going to get us to those skills that we want everyone to have, regardless of whether these tools are available, regardless of whether it was 100 years ago or 100 years forward. So I know that social emotional literacy, social emotional learning skills is not a word that we can use anymore, but it still exists, right? We can call it what we want it, but at the end of the day, these are all skills that we still need to have, and being able to provide that professional development and work with teachers and communities to be able to integrate that is important. So places like California, for example, have actually created curriculum around this that is available for folks to use. Utah has started to do this too as well. They've really thought about how to integrate these into the curriculum piece as well. And so those promising practices are starting to emerge, and part of it is just learning and borrowing. But I couldn't agree with you more. At the end of the day, that's what we need.
I'm happy to jump in with a little bit on this topic as well, but I will yield to Beth or Jeremy if you'd like to.
Sure, I can go. So it is a focus definitely in my pathway completely, because I've been told by industry all the time, like, we need students who have professional skills. We can teach them the tech, but if they come in with no professional skills, they're going to be at a disadvantage. So that's something that I use a lot in my classroom. And so if anybody's done anything with College Board, there's this company called District C that we've done, and I've used this a lot in my classroom. What it is, they collaborate every single day. And it kind of gives every student a voice. So the process is something like, they have what's called a solo flight. So let's say if I give them a particular issue that they're working on, instead of, people tend to blurt out answers right away, and then you start thinking about their answer and how you're going to reply to their answer, and you're not really paying attention to them. So you have what's called a solo flight, where you think of your own individual answer when in a quiet environment, and then you have what's called a take two, where each, let's say the three of us are working together. I would share my own answer, and Ame and Jeremy would be just focusing on what I'm saying and asking me clarifying questions. And so the focus is kind of all on me and my thoughts. And so it's kind of a great, and then we go around and each person does that, and then we share each other what we learned from each other. So I think it's a great way, just even little tools like that, so that all of our students, maybe I have this poster in my room called The Power of Quiet People. Just really valuing what every single student and every single person and personality brings to the table. So I think that gives them the confidence that they are able to bring something to a group. And I think doing this little exercise, like the kids actually really like it. The first time it was a little bit of a struggle, but because they wanted to ask, like give their own advice when they were asking questions instead of clarifying questions. But I think it's a really good way, especially for these really quiet folks or kids who might feel uncomfortable, to get their voice heard. And then they get more involved and get confident. Did anybody get to see the cyber bus here on Sunday by chance? So Kaylee, if you got to meet Kaylee, she's a fantastic child. She was the most quiet child I've ever met on the planet. Wouldn't say boo. Now she presented at the White House with me. It's also just, to me, like what she tells me, the feedback she gives me is like, you treated me like an adult and a colleague, and you gave me this confidence that what I had to say was important. And so I think that's like the first step to me, is that, again, that trust. That's all about teaching. That's what teaching is about to me, is them trust, and then all of a sudden they're able to see their own purpose and their own value, and then they'll buy into all that. Then the professional skills, they feel comfortable coming up and presenting in front of a group of people or working with a team and things like that. But we practice it all the time. And we talk about, again, the why, because it's something you need to be able to do in whatever you go into. So.
Yeah, how many of you wish you could have been in a best class when you were in high school? I know I do. It's awesome to hear. Every time we talk to advisory boards, we talk to industry, they say they want soft skills. What kind of kids should we be sending you? What do you want to see? They always say soft skills, and you say, well, what does that look like specifically? What kind of soft skills are you looking for? And you don't ever get the kind of definitive answers that is something you can build standards or lesson plans for in a career and technical education classroom. So while we certainly acknowledge the importance of it, and we want to work with educators to help bake that into their instruction, to their teaching and learning, it really unfortunately falls onto the teacher again, right? It's what Nate was talking about. You have an already stressed and overtaxed group of people that are working extremely hard, and this is one more ask that we have. And we certainly, when we have coaching conversations, we talk to them about things that I'm hearing you guys mention. There's magic in the struggle, right? Like a lot of times teachers have good intentions and they want to give the kids an answer right away and they feel like that's good teaching, but you got to let those kids struggle with challenging content. Like that's where the magic happens, in that zone of proximal development, and they're getting to something new and you're allowing them to push through it and fight through it. Both of you mentioned like bringing students into make them the center of the learning, asking them what they need, helping them take control. What do you do in your lessons? What do you do as a coach on campus, an administrator on campus, to encourage student-to-student communication? How are you allowing students to self-assess? Those are the kinds of conversations that we have that will help you build those skills into instruction. But it's hard to legislate something like that, right? It's hard for to work with the Florida DOE and build out the standards for our cybersecurity classes. We'll put in there, you need to be addressing soft skills, but there's not like a framework that we can bake in to that standard structure. So a lot of it really does fall down to professional development, coaching and support, and then best practices in teaching, which include like student-to-student collaboration, self-assessment, and their ability to communicate what they're learning to their fellow learners.
This question has given me a great opportunity to get up on my soapbox for a second, so I'll take it. And I'll just say that, again, I completely agreed in terms of creating those experiences, trying to find ways to allow students to participate in that kind of thing. But I would just add, I think a big part of the problem when it comes to cybersecurity education is, and this is something I talk about quite a bit, it's the way that cybersecurity education is often abstracted down into something that's not about meaningful work. And I think we hear that again when we talk about student agency. I think we hear that again when it comes to their lack of interest or their willingness to cheat on some of these things, right? It's because the work that they're doing isn't foundationally grounded in a real context. And without that context, you don't have the reasons or the pushes or the incentives to go and talk about what you did, right? That's the boring part, not the fun part. It's the engaging things that the students really care about and that they then focus on. And as a result, it tends to be those technical elements that are more hands-on and more immediately meaningful and relevant, as opposed to those boring and difficult things that they don't want to engage with. And so I think to some extent the answer to these challenges are not about necessarily changing the way that we do those forms of formal education, but rather thinking much more carefully about how it is that we engage young people in actually civic experiences that allow them to support their own communities. And again, I think that's what's going to be the future of a lot of these conversations relative to cybersecurity, which is how do we take our students that represent an often highly talented and a workforce that should be respected along those lines, right? And I work with high school kids in a similar vein. I hire them to my research projects. They run DevOps on my projects and developers and all that kind of stuff. And I find that even for those students, they're like, oh, I don't want to talk about a big thing, or I'm a little bit nervous. And I just say, no, we're going to do this because it's important that you get credit for what you just did. And that changes a lot. That changes a lot of conversations really quick. And so it's finding those spaces to give students those those kinds of opportunities that really matter. Not just about, I'm going to get up in front of a bunch of my peers who are probably going to make fun of me later for messing this up, but I'm going to get up in front of a bunch of people who know me and understand me, that trust me, and that respect what I'm about to say. And that gives you that kind of space to be real about public speaking and the kind of quote-unquote soft skills that nobody likes. So I'll leave that there. All right, we've got about 8 minutes left. We've got time for another question or two. What do we got out there? Anybody?
I have something that I would actually like to ask you all.
Okay.
Is that there's currently at the federal level and the big beautiful bill, right? A piece of written in there about a 10-year moratorium on any kind of AI policies that states can drive. And so it would actually, if it passes, it would mean that states lose their ability to actually utilize any of the policies they've already passed around AI, which is connected to cybersecurity, et cetera, and that there would actually be a vacuum. So things that states have already, that trickle down to the ground level would actually be null, and they wouldn't be able to. So I'm curious, working at the state and the local level, when I see the work that you all do, it informs what needs to happen at the national level. So if we're not able to do that, right, how does that impact the work that you do if this 10-year moratorium of states not being able to put any policies in place that are related to AI occur? What would that mean on a very practical level?
So for Florida, it's an issue for the districts. Most of the educational decisions that are made at the district level. So when the state comes out with something, they usually have a non-funded mandate, and then the teachers put their heads down and they say, this too shall pass, and they ignore it, or they check the boxes as much as they need to not get in trouble, unless it's something that's really formatively changing. So AI policies in kind of two lanes. Lane one is like, how are teachers and learners engaging with that technology to help advance student learning? That's going to be the prerogative of the school district. How are they baking it into their professional development? What are they allowing in their particular campus? What are the IT teams whitelisting, opening up to? There's always a tension between the IT teams and the educator teams, right? Like, we want to see every resource we can get, and IT wants to say no to everything because they want to keep things as safe as possible. And then in the other lane, where we're generating actual AI frameworks and courses and programs where learners are coming into pathways towards high skill, high wage improvement, and we have courses around AI, those are already built. So I can't imagine us losing the autonomy to fold those courses in. So my thinking is it's going to continue to be an issue and a question for school districts and school boards and superintendents.
Yeah, we are similar. So ours is our school district. Initially it was individual teachers were creating a policy years ago when all this first came out, and then our district created a policy that went out to all the students. And so it is locally district to district. And we do have an AI pathway as well, that a whole slew of courses have been created. So I was unaware of that, so that coming down the pike. Yeah. But will it affect? Gosh, it's so hard to think because we don't know. It's so long down. Things change so dramatically. It's hard to think until, what is cyber going to look like in 10 years? We have no idea. What is AI going to look like in 10 years? We have no idea. It's going to, or next week.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. Right now, ours is all very locally district-wide developed, so not state at all.
And I think I'd just add to that a little bit too, is that I think I certainly have my own concerns about the lack of regulation in a space where I think things are about to move very quickly, and I think quickly enough that we're not going to be really sure for a while yet what kind of impacts these technologies are going to have on education or on our young people or even on our teachers for that matter, and that there's going to be some pitfalls there that might be hard to navigate around at that point, right? And that we're going to have to fix a lot of that to some extent. But I do also like to think that, again, pursuant to that conversation about the national through to the local, right, is that does also open up the opportunities to have those very local conversations about how local communities are going to think about what these tools are and the role that those tools are going to play in those educational systems. And I think that's useful and potentially interesting, especially if in the same breath we're having these really good conversations with young people about their role in all of this, about how they're going to be a part of the educational process and how they are going to possibly even take on some kind of civic responsibility within their local communities as part of their everyday training. Again, something that I think a lot of us are working on in various lanes. I know it's a big part of what we're doing on the 502 project is thinking about how we instantiate those kids inside of those local stakeholder networks in order to see if we can just do anything, right? And it is, even when you get all the right players in the same room, it can be a tremendously difficult undertaking to just answer one very small question, which is, what's it going to take to bring a high schooler on a ride-along with a CISO at like an electrical company, right? That's not, like, it's a small question, but like the pieces there are very big. But if you get the right people at the table, you can build those kinds of initiatives. And I'm very hopeful that as a result of these policy changes, it's going to drive some of those local conversations that I think can and should happen, that should be about local communities and their needs, not necessarily kind of national level concerns, right? But instead, how these technologies are going to really impact relationships between human beings at a very local level and in ways that we can't anticipate, but that need to respond to often very quickly, right? So I'm hopeful that these conversations will engender some of the trust that I think we're, like cybersecurity even, I think it's one of the biggest challenges that we face, whether or not we're talking about young people, is how is it that we facilitate just real trust between human beings within these topics. And I think a part of that is going to be talking to young people about how we build these communities back in a meaningful sense, and it's going to be about them in some ways. So again, I think there's plenty of space for hope here, despite like otherwise some scary stuff headed our way. We've literally got 1:30 left, so I think that's it, everybody. Thank you for coming out to this conversation. I want to thank our panelists for all being here today and for an excellent talk. So thank you all. And we'll be around at the rest of the conference.
I'd like to learn more about that.
Thanks, Ben.
Thank you.
All right, thanks again for such a thoughtful panel. It's interesting. One of the things that Beth said at the end that I think is fascinating when you start to unpack it is someone going into sixth grade about now is going to come out of high school in 2032, and the speed of which technology is changing. How do you know where we should be in the next 10 years or so in terms of the skills that we should be embedding in the K through 12 space? So that's a dilemma, and I know some of our other speakers echoed it as well. So I want to thank you for sticking out. We got one more session to go through. That's going to be at the end of the day. Before we get there, Barbara made me do this, but I wanted to ask a question. It's related to Rodney. Why didn't Rodney wear socks when he went to play his round of golf last week? Because he had a hole-in-one. Was that a little bit better or no? Still really cheesy. Barbara's going to make me do this until we get the right response from the audience. I just want to let you know now, so if you want to keep hearing these really bad dad jokes, keep with the response. No. Okay, so we're gonna now take break. We're going to go back out, hit additional breakout sessions, and then we'll be back here for the final sessions. We have two really thoughtful presentations at the end. One is going to be focused on hiring tech. And I think this is really important because oftentimes there's a translation issue in terms of helping hiring, human resource professionals understand the skills, the credentials required to meet the demand of the workforce. And so how do we address that issue as educators? In fact, at FIU, we recently stood up a course called Hiring Tech within our human resource program at the College of Business to help, again, human resource professionals understand the technical landscape and it's evolving. So we'll hit that, and then Rob Potter will provide a round-out keynote session for us, and he's got some incredible thoughtfulness. He is a hiring, his organization is hiring, so you kind of want to hear some of his insights in terms of what he's looking for as someone who hires lots of people into the field. So with that, we'll go into breakout sessions. Thank you so much. All right, this is it. This is the final rush to the end. Yeah, I like that. Brad, a round of applause for you sticking it out. I appreciate that. This is where you know the people are serious, when we get to the very end and you're still in the trenches. So I appreciate that. Our next panel is on the timeline, so I'm going to be very quick in the introductions. I'm going to introduce Bridget Chan and have Bridget Chan come up. One of our key partners is New America. So if you've seen below the banner, New America has been a critical partner of ours since the beginning of the FIU New America taking this on. Bridget from Share the Mic at New America has been a thought leader in this space. And so Bridget, I know you're in a time crunch, so I'm going to hand it over to you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Brian. And thank you, panelists. Thank you all for sticking with us till the end. I like to think that this is the pre-game before the conference ends, so hopefully it's going to be a good time. I have a fantastic panel with me today, and we're going to jump into some issues regarding HR and how to strategically leverage HR operations. But I want to set the scene a little bit before we jump into the conversation. As you heard, the theme through the NICE conference is about workforce resilience and how we prepare the cybersecurity workforce now for challenges in the future. The world is facing a cybersecurity shortage, and we are also in an age where artificial intelligence is inspiring innovation and also triggering very real anxieties about job displacement and about the future of work. So in the face of these worries, I think this panel is a fantastic opportunity to think about what are some actionable things that organizations and companies can do to strategize for the future. And so I want to start with a rapid fire question for all y'all. I would love for you to start with your names, what your organizational affiliation is, and your response to the following statement. There is a future where companies and organizations completely rely on AI to assess skills and readiness for cybersecurity roles. So let's start with you, Rob.
That was a yes or no question, right? Yes. Okay, just double check. So, hi, I'm Rob Lee. I'm with the SANS Institute. I'm the Chief of Research. Can't talk right now. Yes.
Okay. Hi. I am Katie Boudreau, and I'm the Director of Cyber Talent at MasterCard, and emphatically, no.
So I'm Michael Alicia. I am the CHRO of Trellix, and the answer is AI definitely has a role to play, but no, it will never supplant the actual human in the process, right? Because how can a human, how can a piece of machinery or algorithm understand judgment, understand the culture that you have in an organization, and whether or not someone's going to fit in that culture?
Michael cheated.
That's
It was
okay.
yes or no.
Well, it was kind of like a maybe.
I mean, that's the thing, is that this whole conversation is going to dig into that gray area of maybe, and I think Michael's answer is really revealing about how there is no yes or no answer to this question about AI and workforce.
You just disagreed with me.
I mean,
I just said yes. I said period. That was it.
and I would love for you during this conversation to give us a counter argument for that. So I think that this that kind of sets the stage for this conversation, that it's going to be really nuanced. And I think the conversation today will be really revealing to folks and hopefully give you some actionable questions to ask yourself and strategies for how to bring that back to your organizations. So first I'd like to ask Katie, and then Michael, you can answer after. So MasterCard and Trellix both run these massive operations that oversee hiring cybersecurity talent. Just to set the stage for folks, can you both explain why partnering with HR teams is critical to cybersecurity and why organizations of all sizes could benefit from focusing on their HR operations for the future?
Absolutely. So at MasterCard Tech, we bring in a ton of software developers. So of course our recruitment teams are very skilled at hiring software developers. But when you take someone who's used to that and who has years of experience with that and you plug them into cybersecurity, failure. Because you end up with very awkward interviews. Been there, done that. We're built differently. And so what I've ended up doing with the Cyber Talent Program is with a concerted effort, we've built a bridge to HR and to our talent acquisition teams, especially globally. And we've opened the doors to that conversation, and we've given them a place where they can come directly to me if they don't understand a job description, or they've had a miscommunication with a hiring manager. So they can come to me and we can have a conversation about that, and I can help them. And having that constant place where they can bring that to me and opening those doors has really been a game changer for us. And we've also added to our job descriptions, which some of you may have heard yesterday, we've added the NICE framework to our job descriptions. And that's been a tool for them, so they can go back to the NICE framework. They can read what those work roles mean and read those descriptions. And so that's given them a tool as well. So is it tools, is it education? It's both. So, but really ultimately for us, it has been that trust and that openness that has created that exactly what we needed, and having that cyber talent program to build that bridge is exactly what we needed.
Michael?
So I think, for us, one of the things that we worked very hard in doing is integrating our talent acquisition members with product and engineering hiring managers. So that's one. Two, the cybersecurity market, the industry as a whole, is evolving so rapidly that the job descriptions are constantly being updated. And for us, we are a cybersecurity company, right? So there's a difference between someone who would go into, let's say, threat intelligence versus a software developer versus a product engineer versus a sales engineer, an SE. And so each of the talent acquisition leaders are working directly with those hiring managers, and they're evolving it as they go. A perfect example of that is that we've changed our hiring processes to be more skill-based. Because if you take a look at, let's say, I'll go back to the threat intelligence group, wouldn't it be great to have someone who's slightly more technical but actually has a degree in psychology that can understand not just what is happening, how it's happening, but the why it's happening and what's it targeting. And we found that that's been really successful.
That's great. And that's actually a fantastic segue into the next part of the conversation, which is focusing specifically on hiring and how HR identifies skills. So as we know, there's a lot of tech products out there that kind of help to either automate or accelerate the hiring process and identifying those skills. And so I would love to dig into how that's being done. So Michael, I'm going to punt it back to you. My question is, when we prepared for this panel, you touched a little bit about, at a very high level, about how AI has helped Trellix to identify those skills and to quantify those skills, and as well as in other business areas of Trellix. And so at a very high level, how has AI helped to streamline workflows and provide additional data and metrics? And maybe on the flip side, what are areas you've learned to be wary about AI, depending on AI?
Sure. So what AI has done for us is actually shorten the cycle from the time we identify a candidate to the time we hire and they start. Because it takes a lot of the more rote things and it does it very quickly. And in fact, 15% of the time has been reduced by using AI. So it sorts through resumes, it matches up qualifications, it provides quick identification of certifications. Those things which, we can do, but would take longer for us to do, AI can do in about 10 minutes. Right? It would take a day or two to go through 500, 1,000 resumes, and it does it very quickly. And so the next stage would be then speaking with an individual. The process from there is what you would normally have, right? You look for skills, you look for cultural fit, you look for something that AI cannot yet find, which is intellectual curiosity. I'll go back and I'll use the threat intelligence group. Something is happening on your network, but all the systems are down. But it looks like it's something that should be happening. AI would overlook that. a human would say, hey, that's kind of weird. Why is that happening, right? So that kind of thing is something that is really hard for AI to do, but as a human, you can actually do. Now, beyond that, once we get a person in, we do use AI to understand maybe gaps that the individual may have, because we are hiring based on skill as opposed to 100% experiences. And so AI does figure out, what are the learning courses that they can take to get to the next step. The secondary thing it does is it helps match mentors within the organization. So now they've got a buddy system that is selected based on experiences or where we think that individual can go. So that's how we use it.
Great. And I think the next question I'm going to skip over to Rob, actually, because you mentioned something about soft skills. And that's been a theme that's been repeated about how you need to find that nice balance between technical and soft skills. Rob, you being at SANS Institute, you're kind of in the skills area of things. And so as you're thinking about kind of the evolving workforce and the evolving needs of the cybersecurity field, what are the skills that you see are necessary for workers to possess, whether they be technical skills or soft skills, in your perspective?
That's a really good question, and I appreciate you bringing that up, because at SANS, obviously we do a lot of technical training, but living in different environments, all the way through my career, and talking to folks out there and currently working, a lot of CISOs are trying to get this security culture that is clearly defined, easy to follow, and not only permeates through the technical workforce you have on the security side, it's also protecting your standard HR, finance, the standard departments. So security has kind of a challenge. First of all, they're not the fun people in the organization. They're the organization of no, organization of restriction, organization of let me lock your laptops down, and we're monitoring you. So when you end up talking about like the soft skills, you go tie back, there's two folds here. Number one, you have the environment around the entire organization. You're trying to say, help us out, help us help you type mindset. And the way I create an analogy for this is that if you're doing security culture properly, it's like you're at a university being able to walk back to your dorm and you feel safe. And there's blue lights everywhere. This is the type of thing. If it's proper security culture, someone could go do their job without having to worry about, did I click on the wrong thing, period. But the opposite side is we're seeing a lot of security teams out there are being challenged by their managers, their senior level technical people who kind of grew up through the technical ranks that don't have those graduated soft skills. And it accidentally produces the toxic workplace environment. And we see this permeate, especially in security teams, to where people, what I call rage quit, and you hear them, in what happens, and they said, I can't deal with this environment anymore. Part of it is, and this is again something to think about internally, is that even if someone does their job correctly on the security team, say, hey, good job, you stopped the intrusion. You stopped the bad guys from stealing the Death Star plans and saved the Rebel Alliance from all the threats on the planet. Awesome. By the way, you failed because you allowed the intrusion in the first place. There are no badges and hero monikers you get for doing your job correctly as a security team. CISOs are still criticized. How did that happen? How did we let them in? And this permeates down to security teams, and this is one of the reasons it's not only the soft skills from the managers, it's soft skills from the entire organization, and realizing that those people who are sacrificing their nights and weekends to protect your organization don't have medals that are awarded from the military, and that affects them on a daily basis, and it permeates through the team. So it's like soft skills across the board. How do you teach that organization to properly manage their teams correctly? It's kind of one of those things you don't really think about. It's like, have I ever gotten a hero medal for doing my job correctly in this field? And I can guarantee the answer is no.
Actually, we give out challenge coins.
Oh.
Yeah.
There you go.
We do for things like that.
Awesome. This is good. You're one of the few. Military does not. They are sitting there thinking about that. How do we award? They have badges like very clear. Now, how do you get the award? Good job of you stopping an incident from happening. It's like not something they have on their cookbook.
Yeah, and I think Rob and Michael combined, both of your responses touch on something that I think is really important. I think we have these broad categories of what soft skills are and what technical skills are, but then underneath both of those, it just seems like there's like a great number of different skills that people can have, and a lot of people who are out there looking for jobs don't quite know how to quantify it or have really struggled to like write about it in like, I don't know, a resume or like a cover letter or when they're like asking folks. So this next question I want to ask Katie. One of the challenges that I hear from a lot of job seekers, especially those that are entry level, is job requirements feel impossible to meet. There's just a number of different certs and a number of different like years of experience that maybe folks don't necessarily feel like they have. So from your vantage point, how much of these job descriptions could be explained by a pressure to be ready for an unknown future? Is there pressure for organizations then to compete for talent?
So I'm going to answer the second question first. There definitely is competition for roles, but it's more in the mid-career. It's in that 5 to 10 years. And that is for very niche roles. So 7, 8 years ago, it was for cloud. It's because we all needed to be in the cloud yesterday. And we were fighting for very specific cloud experts in certain cloud environments. And we couldn't find them because we couldn't afford them. So we were being outbid for them. So I can only imagine how the rest of you all felt. So now it's AI experts in certain AI things, right? So that's for the mid-career. So yes, we are fighting for them. But for entry level, I can only imagine how they're all feeling, right? Because they're seeing job descriptions that have these super high certification requirements, or they need 3 years experience. Explain that one to me, right? I was at a job pitch where I was pitching, our careers to some entry-level folks, and I actually heard one of the other pitchers say for entry-level that they needed 3 years experience. Excuse me? And then they tried to say that internships counted. My internships are only 10 weeks. How does that work? 10 weeks does not equivocate to a year's experience. So I was just really confused by all of that. So make your job descriptions actually realistic for entry level. Make them more about you need to have an understanding of X, Y, Z, or you need to have just a little bit of a limited experience in this type of a tool or something like that. We need to give them an open door. We need to stop shutting the door to them. When we're opening, so if I'm requesting 4 mid-career roles, instead of doing that, why don't I request 3 plus 2 entry-level roles? That's a way for me to create those roles for those entry-level and stop shutting the door for them. This is my soapbox, right? I'm always constantly telling my hiring managers, stop asking for those mid-career. Maybe ask for 1 or 2, but ask for 3 junior as well, because it's the best way to build out your team and bring those junior folks in. And I even got into an argument with one of my coworkers over it the other day, and he's like, why would I want to do that? I want somebody to stay in the role for 3, 4, 5 years. I don't want them to leave after 2 years. I'm like, why not? You want somebody who wants to move on and move up. You want somebody who's going to challenge you and make your team better, because the younger people are the ones who are going to come up with the ways to make the job easier. They don't want to do the menial tasks. They're going to be the ones who come up with ways to make things faster and more efficient.
Fantastic. I would have loved to hear that like 5 years ago.
Can I add one more bullet to that?
Yeah, absolutely.
When you're talking about the junior folks out there, you definitely need to follow what she just said, because of one factor is that they are going to adopt AI technologies at a faster rate and try to reduce the menial tasks, and then that is going to make them mid or senior level people. A lot of the folks in the mid or senior level people are slower to adapt to the AI-based technologies. So you take a much less of a risk hiring someone junior and kind of giving them a little bit like, hey, incentive to go learn AI and figure out a way to automate something, then you'll probably get adoption from senior to mid folks. That basically was one of your points, is that they're going to innovate, and I totally agree with that.
Michael, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, for us, that realization came about 4 years ago when we just couldn't get anyone through the door. It was super competitive. So we created, we called it the Emerging Leaders Program. And we got entry-level, really smart people. We started off with about 6. We forced the hiring manager to actually compete for the 6 with roles. And they go through a period where they do some rotational programs. The program is up to about 50 people now. And it had three things that it really drove. One, it set a different benchmark for the folks at work, right? Because they see these folks coming in, they have the skill which is adaptability and flexibility, right? Another thing that AI will never get. Just saying. And then,
I didn't say anything.
Secondly, it actually kept our wage rates down because we hired folks that were smart at an earlier stage in their career, and we moved them faster, 3 times faster than the rest of the organization. So eventually they took on roles which would have cost us almost double to have someone that have had that experience come in and do it. And look, it's changed the landscape for us.
That's actually a great segue into the next part of the conversation that I would really love to have and really focus with the audience on, which is this idea of retention. So retention, if you don't know, is a term for the ability of organizations to keep talent at their organizations. Don't correct me because I am not an HR person. So I find that oftentimes there is an art in order to find the right combination of incentives to bring, not only bring folks into work at your organizations, but also just to keep them there. So this next part of the conversation, I would really love for the panel to kind of give us some insight and strategies on how to do that, and perhaps impart some wisdom for the audience who is looking for those workers and hoping to reduce costs by keeping them in the door. So I'd love to start with Rob first. So during our planning conversation, you mentioned how in every workforce development conversation, you get peppered with questions about AI. So can you speak briefly about some of the concerns that people in cyber are expressing, in particular its impact on jobs, and how do you see organizations being able to alleviate those concerns?
So the retention, I'll just hit upon that just real quick. When you end up taking a look at retention, almost every single, and again, everyone in here is an acolyte, so I don't need to worry about briefing you on this, but the organizations need to adapt that just like mandatory vacation, healthcare, that people in your technical workforce get guaranteed training annually, and however you define it, week-long training, that you end up being able to do. Whenever costs get tight, that goes, but you never see costs get tight that people are not allowed to do vacation or people lose their health care. And if they do, it's because, the RIF or something like that might occur. Training has to be guaranteed because that's the way folks like you and I survive and be able to maintain our workforce. The second thing that I see a lot of organizations struggle with is that, in particular with junior individuals that are extremely talented, you'll bring someone in at a certain salary level, and then it's saying, hey, they jumped in less than a year to the experience of a mid, or in some cases senior, is because they're that talented. And then you go back to HR and you say, so we have this open position who's a mid position, and that increases their salary by $30,000. And HR will come back and say, that is way too large of a raise. By our policy here, we're only able to do a 10% raise max. So you're literally telling the individuals, like, guess what? You need to quit, and then you need to reapply for the mid position, and then we could give you that position. These type of hardline rules are affecting organizations left and right when you're trying to build talent. And there's a lot of talent out there that really come out. It's like there's a unicorn that happens in every single team at least once every 2 years. You need to be able to say that person has just jumped to mid, and it could be a $30,000 salary increase, but also in order to retain the individuals, the number one thing that you need to be able to maintain is your training budgets. Now your AI side, everyone's worried about AI taking your jobs. Hopefully, I think there's some further conversations on that, so I want to, I'll touch upon that, which is, the growing AI, concern. I'm more of looking at it from very positive outlook. AI is going to be able to instill creativity in individuals to be able to solve really high technical problems that they've never been able to solve before. If you have someone who's a really talented analyst at a security operations center level, and they potentially see a problem like you're saying, is like, they're not going to be able to reason, AI is not going to be able to reason. You're exactly correct. Not exactly. The individual might be able to say, hey, I've never encountered this problem before. Guess what? I can now go on Replit and saying, here's my problem. Can you develop a solution that might be able to analyze these 3 data sets and connect it to ICS, this thing over here, blah, 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 and I have a feeling there's an adversary in there, and it's like, here's how you're going to code it. And it'll tell you step by step by step how to do that. That creativity is unlocked with AI, and that is going to empower organizations to be able to do more with less.
I think that that's actually a great point to something me and Katie talked about, which was how utilizing AI is also going to be a skill. So Katie, would you like to kind of expand on that point?
Yeah, so like we talked about at lunch yesterday, a quote that I heard a few weeks ago was, if you're not utilizing AI, you will be replaced by someone who is utilizing AI. And that was actually my deputy CISO, Dr. J, who said that. And that just resonated so much with me, because it's not that you're going to be replaced by AI. It's that you're going to be replaced by someone who is. And so for us, you know, it's not about force feeding someone the training for AI. It's really about giving them that autonomy. Do you want to go learn about AI? It's available to you, right? That education, like you said. It's all about giving them that opportunity to learn. So we have given them that autonomy. We've given them the opportunity to learn, but we've also given them the opportunity to, for career mobility. And so we want to make them choose their own path, sort of like those choose your own adventure books when we were kids, right? I don't want to force feed them anything. I don't want to go tell them you have to go take a week to train. I want them to choose their paths. I want them to choose it, because if they're choosing to take that time to do that, because we're all given Friday afternoons, we have Flex Fridays. So you have the opportunity every Friday to take anywhere from 4 to 6 hours to be training, or to catch up on a book that you needed to finish, or say you have some emails that you set aside that you need to respond to, or whatever it is. You have that time on Fridays. That's when I choose to, at least once a month, do some training to catch up. That's what I choose to do. Other people may choose to log off. That's their opportunity. That's their choice, you know? I don't agree with it, but that's what they want to do. So everybody has a choice, and we've made sure, at least within the Cyber Talent Program, so anybody who sat through my session yesterday knows that we've built things for them. We've built them curated training pathways. We've built them a mobility dashboard. So they have it at their fingertips. It's up to them. What do they want to do with it?
So what I hear Rob and Katie say all together is that part of retention strategy has to do a lot to do with continuous learning, giving folks opportunities to continue to hone their skills or learn new skills, and especially as we think about how tech is going to continue to innovate and there's always going to be new products and new technologies out there, you want to make sure that the folks within your organizations are ready to tackle those challenges whenever they happen. And that goes into the soft skills, you know, creative thinking, problem solving, teamwork. But one of the things that we did not explicitly talk about that I would love to ask Michael about is this concept of belonging. So during the story spotlight, the speaker talked a lot about finding community within cyber. And I think that that's one of the things that we don't talk about, is that human connection within the industry that will keep folks there. So Michael, I know when we talked a little bit about, like, in preparation for this, you talked a lot about belonging and you had a lot of fantastic points. So I would really like for you to talk about how building community is part of your retention strategy, and broadly how you've leveraged technology, even AI, to facilitate that.
Sure. I mean, for us, you know, at Trellix, we talk a lot about this concept of soulful work. And we use it both internally and externally. Externally, we use it to create community around our CISOs. Internally, what it really means is that you're doing work that matters. What we do in this industry is good, right? We're the last line of defense between a bad actor and your grandmother's pension. It's really clear. And so I think when I think about recruiting and how do you keep people engaged, you give them a mission and you give them purpose. So that's one. The second thing is that, we embrace them with other affinity groups, people like themselves, right? There's a whole body of research that talks about the fact that people do not leave organizations if they have a friend at work, if they have a best friend at work. And it's really not best friend, it's a confidant. So we create networks, some people call them ERGs, some people call them affinity groups, where we encourage our leaders as well as participants as well as allies to join, right? The third thing we do is very much what you do, which is we create learning paths that allow folks to then get sort of almost internally certified to be able to do other things. Year to date, we've had over 10,000 self-directed learning hours. Our organization's about 3,500 people at this state. That's quite a bit of hours, and most of it comes out of the product and engineering organization. And then finally, not lastly, but finally in this case, we also do a lot of training with our managers in the technical space around how to identify burnout, how do you move folks from feeling that, they're in a hole and there's a little dot and they don't know how to get out of it. And a lot of it is just being aware and mindful that, these are high stress jobs. And in our world, right, we are a cybersecurity company, so we hire for trust, right? You need to trust us with your systems. And we embed that trust and inculcate that as part of our culture with everyone we hire. And that also translates to the leadership.
That's actually great. And I would love to, before we pivot into thinking about kind of the more concrete advice and actionable advice that we could leave the audience, I would love for all of you to kind of have a really brief conversation, starting with Katie, and then everyone else can join in, about, again, going back to training. So you mentioned about training this soft skill about how to identify burnout. That it requires a level of like emotional intelligence, but there's also the other part of training for hard skills, right? Training like the programming and the technical skills. And so starting with Katie, I would love to get your perspective on what are the strategies that you've used to alleviate concerns around AI and automation. So Michael talked about the soft skills and like learning that emotional intelligence of identifying burnout. Katie, are there any other like skills that, yeah.
Around AI and automation? No, I mean, no.
And that is A-okay.
Not really. We're really just working with our third-party providers to make sure that if our people are asking for something, that we are giving them what they want. So if somebody comes to me and they say, hey, I am really interested in learning more about this, I go directly to my learning and development team. I go directly to my third-party providers and say, this is what my people want. Find it. If you can't get it to me now, get it to me tomorrow. I need it as soon as possible. And if you can't get it to me tomorrow, get it to me next week. So they know what we're looking for and they're developing it for us as soon as possible.
Rob, go for it. You have thoughts.
So going back to the AI equations, because I did say yes earlier. So this is really hard because you're sitting there saying, okay, how future looking can you potentially be with this stuff? And, go back to an analogy everyone's probably kind of very aware of at this point. So there are car brands and vehicles out there that have had no fatalities over the past 5 years. And the reason for that is that you end up having crash safety detection capabilities in these cars that are able to detect a person crossing a sidewalk in front of you, or detects, hey, you're swerving off the road. And this is where, from an AI perspective, what is really occurring here, especially when we start taking a look at, what is the next couple of years going to look like? The AI agents and everyone, I hate the term, because there is going to be reasoning that's going to be associated with it. Is it going to be correct reasoning? They're going to have to do benchmarks against that. And I have my own doubts on that. But you will start having managers manage agents like you're managing people. And that ends up in of itself being this one little thing that people have to click on for a second here. Now I'm going to tell you what's going on in the industry. Moderna. If you looked at what the headlines for Moderna over the past 2 weeks are, they merged HStar and IT. And people are kind of like, what the heck are they doing there? And the reason they're doing it is that the managers are managing both technical agents as well as human beings. And so when you end up trying to say, well, what are the requirements that I want to send to HR that this agent is going to do, that's no longer just a human thing, it is a coding thing. And so when you're trying to manage people managing agents, which are doing like crash detection, things that sooner or later are going to be replaced, which I go back to cybersecurity, who's managing your firewall now? Some of you are saying, what's a firewall? That was an actual training class we had at SANS 15 years ago. We don't train firewall, 502 was our class back then. Things evolve because those jobs no longer exist. So the same thing is going to occur, and I'm saying, this is why I say yes, is that there are certain things that will be replaced with AI. There are certain things that we're not going to be used to, is that those soft skills that you're talking about of how do I manage both an agent and be able to communicate what the agent's supposed to do and measure it. Are you doing a good job, agent? This is a question a lot of us are going to have to face, just like we're managing the humans. It's like, what are the human doing? Is it a good job or not? Because that's one of the reasons Moderna, whether you agree to it or not, I'm kind of skeptical, but there's always going to be that first mover. We could have a conversation about Duolingo and Klarna and all these other ones too. But at the same time, we are looking at, and within the next 2 years, advancement's going to happen quickly, where some people are going to be drastically threatened by saying, hey, that was my job. And there's going to be an agent doing the reasoning for it. But just like those first, people probably saw a tractor in the field when they're farming, saying, oh, wait a minute, we have 100 farmers out here in that tractor on the field nearby. How many people are involved in farming today? Like less than 1% of the planet, where 250 years ago, 98% of the planet, that was your job. And so does it mean there are less jobs on the planet because we have tractors? No, it just means that the jobs evolve in what they're going to be doing. You're going to have a lot more agents working in your network, which is going to empower you. But at the same time, you have to have this concept of how do we manage those things, which will have some limited reasoning. I'm not fully convinced you're going to have Terminator, coming out against us. But you end up looking at Lucky Palmer. He's convinced of AI autonomous weapon systems. And I'm like, okay, that's a little bit drastic. But at the same time, he's convinced. And we're like, well, whether or not he's going to be successful with Anduril or not, this is the kind of thing we have to look at the industry, not just cybersecurity, of where they're potentially implementing this stuff. And for those of you in HR, do a case study on Moderna real quick and see what they're actually doing, and then take a step back and say, okay, how's it applicable to cybersecurity and what that path forward is going to look like?
So we actually have in our products agents that are operating autonomously. It is here, it is happening, and sometimes it gives us back data that we don't quite understand. And I think that's actually, to go back to my original point around humans, that's what we're interestingly curious about, right? For us, making sure that we look for people that are adaptable and flexible, that's the core skill you're going to need. Because the technology's here, it's going to drive change, it's going to evolve, and we need people to evolve with it, not against it.
Yes.
She said yes.
Right. So I think, sorry, did you have something?
No, I was.
Jokes in the panel. Love to see it. And as we start to wind down this conversation, I just wanted to leave the audience with a few tidbits from the experts, some actionable guidance that you could provide them. I'm just going to start with Rob really quickly. What is your advice to cyber professionals or tech professionals in general in order to meet the needs of the moment?
So I hesitate saying this one, but I think it's the reality. For those of you out there looking at the different frameworks from NICE and from across the board, we need to take a look at, we're certifying humans under the same frameworks. We need to start taking a look at how we're certifying agents. Is it going to be able to test the same benchmarks that you're testing humans against to be able to pass and get the certification? Will there be a certification that you're going to be giving agents? For those of you thinking, wait a minute, I never heard about this before, Google made an announcement 6 weeks ago that they have an agent out there that they're trying to throw at all these security problems and have the reasoning like a human. So the concept here is going back to this, like if they are going to do that reasoning, the way that we're going to be looking at this path forward is everyone in here is looking at frameworks to be able to test skills. Can they pass the same thing that a human does? And if the answer is yes, we need to start considering certifying agents that are running around your network as much as the humans running around your network.
That's a nice, persuasive point. So the next piece I want to ask Michael, and then we'll have Katie. So not all organizations represented in the room have the same resources that a Trellix does or a MasterCard does. And so I would really love for you, what are some scalable solutions or even just basic questions that you would advise leaders to ask in order to search, hire, and ultimately retain the right talent?
Great. First of all, Google's our client.
Oh.
Just for clarity.
Aren't they your big ones?
Yeah, they're using our agents. So, look, not every company has the resources to do maybe what we can do because of the mission and the size and scope. But what I saw here at NICE was kind of interesting. The collaboration between private and public was critical. I would urge smaller businesses that don't have all the resources to engage with academic institutions and start developing relationships there, because they can funnel early in career talent. They can actually help you stay contemporary, which, by the way, in cybersecurity is one of the hardest things to do. So I appreciate the work that SANS does and other organizations. And by doing that, you're actually able to keep your businesses on the right path, or there's really small things to do that don't cost a lot of money if you're a small business. And by the way, in organizations that do have the resources, I would recommend you make relationships with academia as well, because they can help funnel talent to you. They can help, you can help them develop curriculum that then comes back to you pre-trained.
Katie?
Yeah, so you don't have to be a big organization to build a strong culture, and Rob hit on that earlier. So we have this thought process of talent always on. If you have a good culture, your people are your best recruitment tools. If they love their job and they love what they do and they love the organization they work for, they're going to tell their friends, they're going to tell their networks, they're going to share those open roles with the people that they know who are going to be a good fit for that. So they're going to share that and they're going to put it out there. They are your best recruitment tools, and they're going to be a part of that entire recruitment wheel. And so that's that thought process, is we put that into their DNA. And so we've built a strong culture. You don't have to be a big organization to do that. Make your people like their jobs, make them like where they are at, make them happy. Not only do you retain them, you help them become a part of your recruitment toolbox. You will be happy. Yes, you will be happy. They will be happy.
Everyone leaves happy.
Everyone's happy.
And with that, I want to thank the panel for taking the time to share their expertise and their wisdom. And Brian, I'm going to hand it back over to you.
Thanks, everybody. All right. All right, thanks so much, Bridget. Really appreciate exceptional moderating and even more exceptional partnership with New America, so thank you so much. All right, this is the last. So we saved the best for last, Rob. I'm going to say that up front. But I have the opportunity to introduce someone now who has a strong relationship with FIU, who has been a thought leader in the space on cyber before cyber was actually cool. And so really excited to introduce Rob Potter. And Rob is the CEO of Omnitsa. But prior to sort of Omnitsa, Rob is a seasoned business executive, and I'm going to list some of the organizations in which he's had executive leadership roles, and you will you'll recognize all of them. Mandiant, FireEye, RSA, Symantec, and Cisco, in which he's held leadership roles in helping expand those organizations. I see heads nodding, which means you know that this is someone who is very serious in the cyberspace and has spent a career not just helping build cyber companies, but hiring incredible talent through those companies. And so Rob's going to come up here and talk a little bit about that. And so, Rob, welcome you to the stage.
Thank you. I will say that I was tricked. If Brian had told me that I was coming to speak in front of a bunch of educators, I would have said no. You know, I think I was asked to talk about resilience and what cybersecurity is going to look like in the future. And it occurred to me that I thought a good starting point for this would be to tell you where I started. I was in college. I actually went to Quinnipiac College, which is now called Quinnipiac University, and I went there to be a vet. And I decided after one summer of working with a vet that that's not what I wanted to do. And I looked at the things that I was good at, and I was good at two things. I was good at math, and I was good at analytical thinking. I was terrible at English. I still am. My wife was here. She would laugh. She proofs everything for me. And I really wasn't that great at science. And I went and sat with this man at Quinnipiac at the time, Bruce Saunier, who unfortunately had passed away in 2021. But this was a person that impacted my life so dramatically. And as a young person, I didn't quite understand how much he impacted me until later in my life. And I had a great opportunity to see him as my daughter went to Quinnipiac, and I got to go visit him and tell him how appreciative I was of what he did. But what's interesting about this is he was a professor. And he was a professor in the late 80s talking about IT, and he was talking about this crazy stuff called security. And at the time, it was all mainframes. Like, I'll share my age a little bit here. I remember going into our computer lab at Quinnipiac, and I think we were on an AS400 or a 3270 machine, and we had to log into like RACF or Top Secret, which is what the security protocols were. And that was it. That was security. And this person got me really excited about IT and got me really excited about where I could go in my career with IT. And what that eventually did is it got me into a career at IBM. And when I got to IBM, I thought, wow, this is so cool. I get to sit in a room by myself and write code. And then they give that code to another person who sits in a room by himself, and he puts that into a compilation system, and they build a product, and then someone comes back and tells you where you messed up. And then you go back into the room by yourself. And as I think back on that, two things occurred to me. One, you shouldn't be doing development by yourself. It's a team sport. And two, you need to participate in how you evaluate what you're building with other people to learn. And so when I left IBM, I got the opportunity to get into the other side of the business, which was customer facing. And back then they called people technical consultants. Today in the industry they call them SEs. And basically what you did is you walked in a room with a person that was in an awesome looking suit and a great watch and some awesome jewelry, and you told the customer how the product was going to help them, and you explained all the technical details of how it was going to work, and then they sold it to them and made a ton of money. And then you had to go back and explain to the customer how things were getting fixed. Now, when you think about all of that, that's the education that you get in college. You learn, how do I actually program? How do I actually use this stuff? And when I think about all the times that I get to speak at universities, the thing that I always talk about is you've got people surrounding you, professors, faculty, visiting professors, and they give you an amazing, amazing aspect and understanding and structure around how you're going to graduate with a computer science degree or a cybersecurity degree or a technology degree. But they're also giving you that richness that comes as a part of that team and communication. You're in a room learning together. You're in a room solving problems together. That's what the real world looks like. And in college, we call it a classroom. In the work world, we call it a team. And I think a lot of times when I talk with students, they don't quite capture and grasp that what they're learning in the classroom from all of you is not just technology that's going to get me a degree. It's those soft skills that everybody's been talking about that if you're paying attention, teaches you how to present. It teaches you how to talk. It teaches you how to think. It teaches you how to look ahead. It teaches you how to plan. It teaches you how to figure out things. And those are all the things, we've heard a lot of talking about hiring. We've heard a lot of talking about AI. We've heard a lot of different things. I'll tell you what, fundamentally what it comes down to is the future of security and cyber is really simple. It's really simple. Cybersecurity is always fundamentally going to be one of two things. It's going to be somebody that's using technology to do something good, or it's going to be somebody using technology to do something in a criminal nature. It's never going to change. It doesn't matter how good AI gets. It doesn't matter how sophisticated the technology gets. Some people are going to use technology to do good things, and some people are going to do technology to do bad things. And once you fundamentally understand that, what you really realize, and what I've learned over all my years in cybersecurity is, it doesn't matter what technology my company is selling. It doesn't matter how that technology was built. And it doesn't matter what you had deployed in your environment. I will tell you this, the years I spent at Mandiant and at Symantec, we had probably the two best remediation teams in the world. And I can tell you right off the top, every one of them probably went through some kind of training with Rob Lee. And when you think about all of those breaches that happened in all that time, and all the CEOs and CFOs and board members that I've sat in front of with other amazing people across those companies, they all had security controls installed. I've never been to a breach where someone said, I don't have any security controls. They all had them. And fundamentally, where the breakdown always is a human. And fundamentally, that breakdown typically could have been prevented with better teamwork. And so when you think about where technology is going, you have to first look at where it's been. I look back at the conversations I had with Bruce and the conversations that probably a lot of you are having with your students, and I look back and I say, wow, this man really inspired me to think differently about technology. From the day I convinced my parents to buy a Commodore 64 to the day that I was working in an intelligence community on their AS400s and doing really cool stuff, was an amazing jump. But what I learned in my career as I went into cybersecurity is technology doesn't solve this problem. It's the community. When Bridget made that comment up here, it hit home to me. It's the community. It's the community of the professors that teach you about what you're doing. It's the community of the people in high school that first got you interested in math and in technology. It's the community of your friends and your family that talk to you about security and your ethics and your morality. And what's important about that community is we all not only have to be focused on how we educate ourselves, but we have to be focused on how we help others. The biggest thing that I talk about with students constantly is you have to understand what the word mentor means. Mentorship can't just be a word. It's easy to say get a mentor. It's very difficult to understand what that means. And I would encourage you, because I've done this at many universities. I set a goal for myself, a little side joke. Every school that rejected me when I applied to them, it's my task now to go speak at them. I think I nailed a bunch of them today. I'm pretty excited about it, actually. I would encourage you, when you think about how you talk to your students about their career paths, two things critically important I wish someone had told me when I was in college that I learned now and I do very, very well. One, understand mentors are tiered. You need a mentor at your level. You need a mentor above your level. You need a mentor above that level. And you have to, when you sit with that mentor, you have to explain to them what's the goal you want out of that relationship. The person who's at your level shouldn't work with you because that's the person you're going to vent to all the time. And you don't want to have that situation at work. The person above you, that's the person that you're not venting to, but you're asking them questions about where should my career path go and how do I get there? And a person above them, that's the person that's teaching you where do you want your career track to go. And that person may change. I will tell you, for me, when I was young, my mentor, that was my top mentor, was very much a technology person. And then once I was given the opportunity to run a business, my mentor shifted. And I was very fortunate that I had a man named Art Coviello. Many of you may know him. He was the CEO of RSA, ran the RSA conference, probably one of the most respected people in cybersecurity. I had an opportunity to work for this man, have him mentor me, and now today I serve as a CEO where he's on my board, and he's also one of my investors. A dear friend, a person that I owe so much of my career to, and if I had to put it in the balance, I'd say I owe it to Bruce for taking some smart-ass kid at Quinnipiac University from Warwick, Rhode Island, and turning him into a student, and Art Coviello, who took an arrogant sales and technology person and turned him into a CEO. And the part that's critical about that is they understood community. They understood that it was not only their mission to improve the way that they work and the contribution they're making to society, but they understood that they had to bring other people along. And so I encourage you, as you talk about this in your classrooms and as you talk to people, make them understand how important it is not only to be mentored by someone, but to go out and be a mentor and to make sure that you understand what Bridget said about that concept of community. The second piece, and this is critical because it gets missed so much, networking. We don't teach it. It's unbelievable what a miss that is. Because I can tell you right now, as I listened to the last panel that was up here, I worked for FireEye. We sent Trellix off to be Trellix. We took our FireEye products, we sent it off to a private equity firm, they merged it with McAfee, and they made a wonderful company, and Brian Palmer, a good friend of mine, went to run it, and when he stepped away, Vishal stepped in as a CEO. I don't know Michael. I should. Well-respected HR individual in the cybersecurity world. I'm a CEO. We have a lot of people we have in common. I've never had the opportunity to meet him. That's a miss on my part. But at the same time, I know Dr. J really well because I sold to her at Xerox and we partnered with her at MasterCard. And I know Rob Lee well. He doesn't know me, but I know him because I spent a lot of money sending my employees to go to his classes and get trained because it was one of the best places in the world to learn about cyber. And they do it in the classroom as a team. And that's the kind of team that I wanted inside of my organization. So what am I talking about? I'm talking about how do you actually build your network of people? Now, I will tell you, I don't recommend this to everybody, but many of the people that I talk to, I tell them my secret. I've got an Excel spreadsheet. Yes, Excel. I don't have an automated way of doing it. If my palm still worked, I would have it in that. Okay? But what I do is I make sure that I'm not reaching out to people to ask them for something. I reach out to them to nurture my network and nurture their network. I reach out to them to introduce them to people. I reach out to them when I think I've heard a good idea that's relevant to them. And they do the same to me. And what this has done is it's given me an ability to really understand what resilience means. It's an easy word if you look it up in the dictionary. But if you really think about resilience and you think about it from a corporate perspective, let me tell you what resilience looks like in the corporate world. When companies are breached, Resilience is that you've got a network and you've got friends that call and say, do you need my technology? Do you need my people? It's not with a price tag. It's a respect that happens in the business world, and it happens. I can tell you there are many, many companies where they've gotten breached. And I know, because I spent so many years in cybersecurity, that the first thing in incident response that happens is your awesome people show up and they say, hey, can you show me your inventory? And can you tell me where all your important data is? And every company out there says, I don't have either one of those. And they go, okay. Well, we have technology that actually gives that inventory, and several times we've given it to companies to say, let us give you that footprint so that you can go back to the company that's trying to help you and make sure that you can minimize the damage to your company. Because that's what you're supposed to do. Because that's what community's about. And when you think about the workforce and you think about the future, I'm going to tell you right now, it's not about technology. You think about companies that hated each other, Symantec, McAfee. And back in 2000, they came together as two companies and they said, hey, we have to think about how we bring threat intelligence together to help everybody. And you think about companies that compete tremendously against each other, Mandy and CrowdStrike. And they came together and said, we have to share this information to make our customers better. Community is not just the collection of people and ideas, it's the collection of morality and integrity. And I can tell you, I've worked for 3 CEOs. I've worked for a lot of good CEOs, but I worked for 3 that if I can ever measure up to them as a CEO, I'll be very proud of myself. Because all 3 of them had one common thing. All 3 of them would have let their company, their own company, be damaged to help another company survive. Art Coviello was one. RSA, if you're familiar with the breach from 2011, that man stood up in front of everybody and told them and revealed a catastrophic potential event for RSA. And because of the way he handled that, we survived. Kevin Mandia, same thing. Guy's amazing. You know, served in our Air Force, was a hacker himself in terms of helping us go after others. A true red teamer, built an amazing company. A guy whose morality and ethics will never be scrutinized and it'll never be compromised. And Mike Brown, CEO I worked for at Symantec, same thing. When we got breached, was not a question. Make sure everybody knows what's going on, protect our customers. Those were the first words out of all 3 of their mouths. That's the integrity, that's the morality that has to come out in cybersecurity. Because remember, I told you, there's only 2 paths for cybersecurity. There are people that are going to do bad things, and then there are the people that are going to do the right thing. Now, when you think about where this is going, people can sit up here all day and scare everybody about what cyber's going, where cyber's going, where's AI going, who's going to lose their job, who's going to keep their job, what are going to be the aspects that are going to be there. What I can tell you is this. Most of you are in one of the most powerful positions in the future of cybersecurity because you're inspiring people to pursue it. This is where it starts. It's not a conversation about where we're going to be. It's a conversation about where we are right now. All of you are learning things during this week. How to help your team interview better. How to help your students understand cybersecurity. What's the network they should be in? What's the framework they should follow? What's the certification they should get? It's really much simpler than that. It's the conversation that you give, and I can promise you, because I am proof of it, when you're speaking in that classroom, there are people who are listening, and they are going to make a difference in the future. And they're going to make that difference because you motivated them around cybersecurity and you motivated them around IT. And so I will say to you this. I think that the future of cybersecurity and the resilience of cybersecurity fundamentally comes back to how we educate people and how we motivate them. The second part of that is, how do we send them off? We need to send them off realizing that they have to network. They have to continue to learn. They have to be part of a community. And most importantly, they have to help that community get better. They have to mentor. Now, the other part of that is, you think about how do we send them off? And you think about, okay, now we got to get down into the hard parts of this. What are the actual, like, that's great, Rob, community's awesome, but when they get in the interview, someone's going to ask them, like, can you actually write code and can you actually compromise an environment? So the skills are still required. And when you look at many of these universities, I've had the opportunity to obviously tour Quinnipiac. I've had the opportunity to tour FIU. I've had the opportunity to engage with a number of different universities. I love doing it. Because when you do that, you see what the skills are that they're bringing. In my life, it's almost comical. Has come full circle. In the late 80s, I was a young man trying to get a job with IBM. And IBM's hiring practices at the time were very hard. You had either a 4.0 or you didn't work for IBM. Now, I grew up in Warwick, Rhode Island. I speak terrible English. I did not have a 4.0. But what I did have was, I had people that taught me about networking and messaging. And coming out of college, after I learned from this wonderful Professor Bruce, I had an opportunity through volunteer work to meet a man named Mark Morin. Now, interestingly enough, Mark Morin ran IBM's software division under John Akers. Jackpot. Didn't need the 4.0 anymore. Now I needed a resume, and I needed to go into a room and interview and not make an ass out of myself. That's a difficult thing for me. Worked out great. So how do I return that favor? I return that favor by going back out into our community and helping students and giving them the opportunity to talk to an executive or give them an opportunity to interview for a job. And during the course of that, what I learned was we're losing the education of how students should do that. Now, I'll tell you, I've done many, many talks in front of students, and I always kick them off with the same thing. I tell all the students that I run an organization that has thousands of employees reporting up into me. I actually am a person who does not have to go to HR or have to go somewhere to hire a person. I can say, I like this person, give them an offer, and let's hire them. It's a nice part of this job. But you need to do 5 things to even get the opportunity to have that conversation. And then I roll into my talk. It took 6 years of doing that until a young woman walked up and said, "Excuse me." And I said, "Yes." She goes, "What are the 5 things?" And I was like, "Here's a card. You call me tomorrow. We're going to get you an interview." So I told this story at FIU, and afterwards Brian came up to me and said, "Hey, what are the 5 things?" And I'm like, "Well, nobody asked in the room. I don't tell them unless somebody asks. But since you asked, I will tell you. And because all of you are out teaching people, I will tell you. For me, here's what it is. First off, it's the approach. Eyes are up. You're confident. You're looking at me. You're coming to me and approaching me in a professional manner. You're not slouched down, pants half down, whatever. You're looking professional. And by the way, professional doesn't mean a suit. I worked with hackers. They don't wear suits. Okay? Professional means you're coming in confidently and you're walking in. Okay? The second thing. What's the first thing we're talking about? So many times I used to show up at our recruiters' booths for our events where we were recruiting people. And people would walk in, and not just graduating students. These would be grad students. These would be people 1-2 years in their employment. And they walk in, and they're like, yo. I'm like, yo. Okay. What can I help you with? I don't know. Tell me something about your company. That's someone looking for a job. It's like, okay, I'll tell you something about my company. We got 5 things. You just missed the first 2. I think we're done. Looking up at you and being ready to have a conversation that's meaningful. Know something about me. Know something about the company you're going to talk to. 3, be prepared with some questions, relevant questions. And they can be anything. They can be, hey, here's what I read about your company and I like this. I want to understand, how do you guys approach this? Or, hey, tell me a little bit about the culture in the company. Or, hey, I'd like to understand, what does a career path look like in this company? How do you evaluate people? Number 4, be prepared to ask for action. Can I call you? Can we connect on LinkedIn? Can I have your business card? Can I send my resume to you? Can I have coffee with you just to ask your opinion? And the last one, and the most important one, if you send kids off with anything from college, please make sure that they understand what it means to follow up. Nobody is looking out for you in your career unless you're looking out for yourself. We have to teach people this because all the great things you're going to teach them about cybersecurity, the languages, the human-centric aspect of cyber, which I agree with Mike. I think there's a lot of aspects in the human-centric side of cybersecurity and where it's going that AI won't be able to fully replace all of that. It's going to be a lot. It's going to do it faster. It's going to be able to look at more information. But at some point, you need someone in the room going, that doesn't look right. And by the way, it's not a person, it's a team. These are not small organizations. If you've ever had the opportunity to go see the SOC at MasterCard or any one of the financial organizations, if you've ever had the opportunity, a little side joke, he mentioned Mandiant, we got bought by Google. I did work for Google for one day. It was an awesome day. It was one day. But the facilities and what they're doing from a capacity perspective, amazing. And so when you think about where the future is, and you think about cybersecurity and where it's going and what resilience looks like, it's going to have a lot of different faces in terms of technology. And it is going to be all over the place. But the one thing that will not go away is the requirement, is the demand, is the need, is the essential critical component of all of us understanding that we need to continue to learn and we need to continue to reach out and help others come along with us. And if we do that, and I firmly believe this, I firmly believe that if we think about teams, if we think about the community of people that are trying to protect this world from people that are trying to do really bad things to it through technology, I really think what we will find is that as we go ahead and technology replaces some things and technology continues to evolve and get better and faster and expansive, ultimately, when it comes down fundamentally to the two things, that cybersecurity will always be a group of people doing good and a group of people trying to use it for criminality. In my heart, I believe that the people that are doing good will overcome the people trying to do evil. Because no matter who you are and where you are and what part of the world you're in, when you put morality and integrity and love and community and passion up against evil, it wins every time. Maybe not that day, maybe not later on, but eventually it conquers it. And what gives me faith in this is when you see these massive breaches out there. You know, Rob talked about we don't give badges out, you know, for the people that did something bad, or we don't give badges out for the little things. You know what we do though, and we do this really, really well, is we come together as an organization. And I'm not talking about an organization meaning MasterCard or Trellix or Umnitsa or Google. I'm talking about all of the people in that community that realize that when an attacker who has ill intent is winning, all the people that are good come together to squash it. And I've seen it many, many times. Many times. I won't list the companies, but if you go back and you read, you'll see some very significant Fortune-based companies that when they were on their knees, their competitors came and helped them. And that says something about the good side of the equation. So in closing, what I would say is this. Thank you. Because what you're doing every day collectively as a group, and I don't care if you're in a university or you're in a nonprofit or you're in a government agency or you're in some training facility, I'm a product of your success. I had the opportunity to learn from people that were committed to education. I had the opportunity to go to work and be around people that understood mentoring. And my whole career has been based on people that gave into that community and raised me up to a point where I could achieve a goal that a kid in Warwick, Rhode Island probably never saw on his radar, and that is to become the CEO of a technology company. And I love it every day. Every day I get to work with great people that get this culture. Our culture is all about helping each other, embracing each other, recognizing when one person's down, 5 other people can help pick them up. And so first, thank you. Second, if you really want to know what the future of cybersecurity and resilience looks like, it looks like this room. It looks like this room in every university and educational organization across the country. We've got 1.3 million people working in cybersecurity. I made that number up because I read it from one of the companies that says that that's what it is. Okay? The other number I'm going to make up is we got 500,000 open jobs. Now, everything you learned from this last panel, I walked away with some really cool educational stuff that I'm going to take back to my team. I think there's some really, really smart people in human resources and in people teams today, and they were on this stage. But the one thing I heard from them that was critically important is they're educating their HR people, not their employees, their HR people, about what their companies do. That's critical. You can't interview a person who wants a job with you that you don't even understand what you do. That's critical. But it's also critical that you, collectively, as a community, are teaching those students that they need to prepare and ask the right questions so they can determine, do they want to work for a company that has somebody interviewing them that doesn't even understand what they do. So the last thing is, I will say this. There's an interesting dynamic in cybersecurity. About 30% another number I'm making up because someone else wrote it down. About 30% of the people in cybersecurity don't have a college education. Doesn't mean they didn't go. It means they didn't graduate from college. And it's one of the few professions where you don't have to have a college degree to make a lot of money and be really smart. But what I do think the college environment gives a person is some of the dynamics that we talked about that are in that classroom. And I think when you look at the individuals that come into the workforce who train to themselves, they're very skilled. Many times they struggle in that team atmosphere. And so what I would encourage you to do is, one, focus your programs when you're educating people about technology and cybersecurity to do it in teams. Don't set people off in their individual roles. Think about how you collectively bring things together, because that's how we do it in the corporate world. And the other thing is, prepare them for when they run into that crazy guy who didn't go to college and maybe didn't graduate high school. Because I got to tell you, one of the people I probably owe the biggest success to in my career was a technologist that didn't graduate high school and didn't go to college. He's incredibly intelligent. And if he was sitting here right now, I would tell him he's a terrible team player. Of course, most founders are. So, look, I thank you for the time. I thank you for everything that you do. Again, I will say it, I'm a product of what you do every day, and I appreciate that. And I try to return that back to students. And I would tell you, don't worry about the future. We got a great education system going on that's trying to test itself and evolve itself every day. And the students you're delivering to us and the trainings that you're putting in, they're putting the best people on the front line. Remember this one thing as I walk off. The bad guy only has to be right once. We got to be right all the time. We're doing a pretty good job of being right a lot. We're going to get there. I want to thank the NICE organization and FIU for giving me the opportunity to speak with you. And if there's anything I can do for any of you at any point in time with your universities, please reach out. I welcome the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Rob, thank you so much for that. And I'll add, Rob and his wife, Catherine, have done an amazing job at actually funding scholarships at universities. He's funded scholarships at FIU, at Georgia Southern, at Quinnipiac. And so not only is he out there sort of leading the charge, but he's also giving back to institutions like ours that continue to do this work. So, Rob, I'm grateful for your leadership and your closing remarks. I think they were spot on. So now we're going to wrap this up. And before we do that, I want to tell you, I was talking to a participant outside not too long ago, and he was telling me, he said, you know, you can actually take the bands from your watch and you can turn them into a belt. You take the bands from your watch, turn them into a belt. And I tried it, and it was such a waste of time. Come on now. Come on. I can't see because of the lights, but someone out there gave that to me. Who is it? Is it? There you go, back there. Yeah. He's like, you got to throw this one in there. And so I rehearsed it and tried to deliver it well. So hopefully I didn't disappoint too much. Thanks for the recommendation. All right, so thank you all so much for sticking it out with us, getting all the way to the end. This is where we do two things. One, just show a tremendous debt of gratitude. First, for you all being here. Without you, there's no convening, right? Without the community that continues to come together year after year, goes home, continues to build relationships and do meaningful things, this wouldn't exist. And so I'm grateful for you first and foremost. Second, I want to give a shout out to our sponsors. You've seen them throughout the last few days. Without our sponsors, we wouldn't have the sort of capability to deliver at the scale that we have. And so you see them listed there. They've been amazing partners, many of them year after year, and so we're grateful for the sponsors. I'm grateful for the teams that helped pull this off. The NICE team, the FIU team, New America, And so if they can stand up, I'm going to embarrass them. I did ask them to come in the room. I don't think they knew. But yet, you're not going to stand. You're just going to wave and say no? Okay. She's like, I'm so tired. Please don't make me stand. But they're lining up the back. I can see them. Please, a round of applause for our team. They've spent the last year working to put this together. They got here on Saturday. Most of us were in coach. DJ was in first class. I'm not judging him. But spent the day Saturday getting the build up, all day Sunday kind of in the trenches. They'll go home, do after action, and then we'll start planning for next year almost immediately. And so really grateful for the amazing work that the team does, and I want to make sure that they're recognized. We're already looking forward to next year. So next year is going to take place in Philadelphia. So if you haven't seen it, we're going back to Philadelphia. And we're going back to Philadelphia on the 250th anniversary in 2026. And so we're pretty excited to go back, or I was going to say go back after 250 years, but I don't think any of us were there. But nonetheless, be in Philadelphia at a really interesting time when we know the city is going to be stunning and ready for us. That's going to be June 1st through the 3rd in Philadelphia. And so if you're in Philly or have any access to Philly, let us know. We'd love to start building some partnerships there immediately so that we can, again, lay the groundwork for next year. Finally, and I've said this a few times, please fill out the surveys. Pretty please fill out the surveys if you haven't already. Again, the surveys are really important for us to make sure that we're doing, right by you as we continue to evolve and build this out. And with that, I thank you all so very much for being here, and I look forward to seeing you all again next year.